Fiecare dintre noi este energie pentru cineva. În orice clipă se găsește cineva cât de mic să ne încarce, iar noi dăm energia mai departe, altcuiva și altcuiva, un lanț nesfârșit. Tu, omule, nu uita câți oameni ai însuflețit cu energia ta. Rămânem aici pentru a duce energia mai departe. CEZ, energia vine de la oameni. Tu, omule, nu uita, fiecare dintre noi este energie pentru cineva. În orice clipă se găsește cineva cât de mic să ne încarce, iar noi dăm energia mai departe, altcuiva și altcuiva, un lanț nesfârșit. Tu, omule, nu uita câți oameni ai însuflețit cu energia ta. Rămânem aici pentru a duce energia mai departe.
When the winds of change blow, some build shelters, while others build sails. Sails of limitless capacity and boundless.
Tu, omule, nu uita, fiecare dintre noi este energie pentru cineva. În orice clipă se găsește cineva cât de mic să ne încarce, iar noi dăm energia mai departe, altcuiva și altcuiva, un lanț nesfârșit. Tu, omule, nu uita câți oameni ai însuflețit cu energia ta. Rămânem aici pentru a duce energia mai departe. CEZ, energia vine de la oameni.
Vezi nimic aici.
When the winds of change blow, some build shelters, while others build sails. Sails of limitless capacity and boundless extent, set for the longest of voyages, sailing against the current to accomplish incredible feats by reaching for the stars. A voyage into the depths of the earth, taking on its untamed powers, knowing all too well that the only way to control them is to set them free. When the sun shines at the dawn of a new tomorrow, some shy away from the light, while others look the future in the eye and seek energy at its very
Tu, omule, nu uita, fiecare dintre noi este energie pentru cineva. În orice clipă se găsește cineva cât de mic să ne încarce, iar noi dăm energia mai departe, altcuiva și altcuiva, un lanț nesfârșit. Tu, omule, nu uita câți oameni ai însuflat.
Spring 2022, a time of upheaval, tragedy, and of profound realisation that we need to act to change things. The events in Ukraine have made it clear that we must increase our energy security and reduce our dependence on imported fossil fuels. Fortunately, Europe's renewable energy community is well equipped to bring affordable and dependable energy to consumers. We must all act together to reach this imperative goal, to achieve freedom. European countries have embarked on the road to 2030, and we are already seeing investments at a massive scale, with dozens of megawatts underway. Romania will more than double its installed capacity in the coming decade, and its European peers are following similarly ambitious goals. But the success of this plan goes beyond the installation of new production capacities. This means a complex supply chain, with everything from component manufacturing to digital services to reskilling. The challenge is making these products and services easily accessible to the European market. The world is facing a shortage of wind turbines and solar panels, translating to painfully long waiting times for shipments of clean energy equipment, double the previous year's estimates. Southeast Europe can make a difference. The region's strategic position and seaports can be used to manufacture and distribute components and equipment to the broader continent. A well-educated population and prestigious university centres enhance the potential for energy research and innovation. This foundation is instrumental in developing and deploying future-proof solutions that will ensure a smoother energy transition and create jobs while doing so. 90,000 new jobs in this sector will be available by 2030. This is what RESinvest is about. Our common effort to build what Europe's energy industry needs here, at home, to build a green energy supply chain that can free us, that can strengthen our partnerships, develop our economies, and assure a better, cleaner world for generations to come. We have the resources. Let's make it happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to RESinvest. It is a pleasure to host you today. Doamnelor și domnilor, bună dimineața! Bine ați venit la conferința RESinvest. Ne face plăcere să vă avem alături de noi.
It is my pleasure to introduce the President of the Romanian Wind Energy Association, Carlo Pignoloni.
Doamnelor și domnilor, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to this very nice venue. It's a great honor to be in front of you and to raise the curtain on this long-awaited conference. It all started as an idea, as a concept, and will be finally turned today into reality. So we can consider that today's meeting is already an extraordinary success. Welcome to RESinvest. We started shaping this concept for a while now, when the most pressing concern were the decarbonization targets that were to be achieved for attaining successful green energy transition. However, the energy market dynamics were redefined in recent months, and the new context proved us that renewable energies deployment is also crucial for reaching energy independence and security of supply. The current global energy crisis proved that the only energy resource-free and economical and geopolitical constraints are the ones naturally available. And Romania has an impressive renewable energy potential, which, if exploited, could ease the way toward meeting climate targets and bring energy price down at national but also at regional level. We are waiting these days to see European Commission plan Repower Europe, which will set the new guidelines towards attaining Europe's energy independence. We are on a whole new path, and the discussion goes well beyond the targets. It's about the economic and social reason behind. That's why RESinvest concept surpassed the basic idea of new production capacity installation. We want to address the importance of developing local value chains with manufacturing facilities for the renewable sector. And this implies the productions of wind turbines, photovoltaic panels on parts of these plants in Romania. But also the chance to develop digital solutions that will make possible the energy transition, the training of the workforce at all levels, as well as investment in education and research. And this will all translate into value generated and preserved locally. Even if we talk about the investment opportunities or job creation or the transformation of the country into a provider of know-how, at least regionally. It's the context in which Romania has the huge opportunity to let the energy sector stimulate and support the growth of the economy. This initiative comes in a moment when the demand at global level is very high, wind and solar equipment manufacturers struggling to keep up with the demand, which leads to long delivery times and higher costs for all stakeholders involved. However, the huge economic opportunity and the favorable context offer the necessary condition for attracting and developing a chain of production and services to operate in Romania. And that's what we are doing. We are trying to open discussion between local and regional authorities, companies, investors, and all interest parties in order to find the right balance and to take most of the benefits of the energy transition. We are facing the most suitable moment to start an effective promotion of this investment opportunity to local and global actors. Romania's and region's sustainable future depends on our action today and in the next future. Thank you all for your participation and kind attention given to our industry. I assure you of all our RWEA support for achieving Romania's climate objectives and thus for shaping a cleaner, safer, more sustainable future for all of us. Thanks a lot, and welcome to RESinvest.
And now, please welcome the CEO of Wind Europe, Giles Dixon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bună dimineața. Europe has a whole new approach to energy. No more Russian energy imports by 2027. And to help substitute for that, more renewables, more quickly. That makes perfect sense. Fossil fuel imports are expensive. Wind and solar are cheap. Wind and solar are local. Wind and solar create jobs. Wind and solar are clean. The accelerated transition to a renewables energy system ticks all the boxes. Climate change, jobs growth, energy security for Europe. Southeast Europe is especially blessed with wonderful wind resource, wonderful solar resource. This region of Europe is already producing a lot of renewable energy. Wind is 11% of all of the electricity you consume in this country. It is 11% also in Croatia. In Greece, it is 18%. And still, countries in this region don't yet have all that many wind farms, don't yet have all that much solar capacity. The potential for expansion is huge. It's very good to see that countries in this region are getting it, and they are doing things to accelerate renewables. The government of Romania has this new capital grants competition that they've just opened for new wind and new solar projects. Deadline 31st of May. We're very excited to see what new projects will be built on the back of that. And then early next year, even better, Romania will do its first contract for difference auction for new wind and solar. Bulgaria is considering contracts for difference as well, for existing wind and solar, as well as for new wind and solar. And Greece has great ambitions for wind and solar, both onshore and offshore, as we will hear shortly from the lady in the Greek government who's responsible for this and driving this, the Secretary General for Energy, Alexandra Sudoku. As countries in this region build out wind and solar, it makes perfect sense that you should also build out the wind and solar supply chains. Wind and solar create jobs. Jobs in the construction and operation of the wind farms and solar production facilities. Jobs also in the production of the equipment. Here in Romania, in Brașov, Schaeffler are already making bearings for wind turbines. In Craiova, Electroputere are already making transformers for wind turbines. You can have much more of this action, much more of the investments that come from the European companies that want the energy transition to be made in Europe, that are making wind turbines in Europe and want to be making solar panels in Europe as well. And it's fantastic that the Romanian wind and solar associations, together with their counterparts from Bulgaria, Greece, Croatia, and Serbia, have organized this conference as Wind Europe, the European body for wind energy. We are honored and delighted to be supporting this event. And the timing of this event, ladies and gentlemen, is immaculate. Tomorrow, the European Commission will announce its big REPower EU action plan. REPower EU is the EU's new energy strategy. It's how we get out of Russian energy imports and we get into renewables big time. This is where it gets serious. REPower EU is about how we can accelerate investments in renewables, how we can simplify the permitting arrangements for new wind and new solar. Let's hope that Brussels gets the messages from this event this evening loud and clear, that Southeast Europe wants to play its part in this. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to introduce to you the CEO of Solar Power Europe, Walburga Hemmetsberger.
Thank you, Arena. And thanks very much, Giles, for making so much advertisement for the solar sector as a wind industry. Thanks also for mentioning REPower EU as one of the main documents which is coming forward, main of the strategy is coming forward on Wednesday, so I don't have to do that and concentrate on different things and come from a different angle. First of all, let me tell you that I'm incredibly happy to be here today. It's very sunny outside, difficult to see here inside, but Romania and the whole region is where Europe has one of the greatest potentials when it comes to solar. Ladies and gentlemen, Global investments in low-carbon energy transition last year amounted to some 750 billion euro. 750 billion euro, according to Bloomberg. The largest portion went into renewables and went into electric mobility. Capital is available, no question, and the rate of investments is only increasing. The war in Ukraine has made it clear renewables are providing energy security. There is a strong focus on sustainability in the private markets. The ESG are driving investments. And as we learned in the oil crisis in the late 70s and early 80s, such energy crisis is accelerating transition. So that's where the money will go. So there's a wall of money which is coming to finance the energy transition. The question is, where should all the money go? Where are the opportunities for governments? Where are the opportunities for businesses? And what does it need to attract all that money? Allow me to answer these questions from a solar perspective. 4 opportunities. Energy bills in Romania and in the whole region, households need to be able here to pay them. Your Romanian and other businesses in the region need to be able to be competitive globally and have low energy prices. Giles mentioned it. By now, solar and wind are the cheapest energy sources, by far outcompeting fossils, by far outcompeting nuclear, and the gap is only widening with the huge energy prices we see today. Second, energy security. To say the least, we don't like surprises when it comes to some crazy leaders putting our energy supply at stake. We need to base our energy system on renewables to become independent. And yes, we always get the question, what do we do when the sun is not shining, when the wind is not blowing? The good thing is we have all the technologies we need already today. We just need to plan a massive rollout of storage. And coming back to the costs, cost-wise, including storage, including the renewable hydrogen we need in order to close the gaps, a system based on 100% renewables, and that's a study we've undertaken a couple of months ago with LUT University, a Finnish university. So a system of 100% based on 100% on renewables will cost 6% less than sticking to fossils. And that was a study which was undertaken before the war and which was undertaken before the huge price crisis we have today, so the gap is much more widened today. Third, governments are interested in jobs. Solar is already today the most job-intensive energy technology, providing local jobs, providing highly skilled jobs. To give you some flabbergasting numbers, 4 million jobs in the solar sector only by 2050, okay, that's very far away, more than 1 million jobs by 2030, more than 1 million jobs. We will be at 500,000 jobs in 2025 already. Romania is expected to be the 6th in Europe in terms of job creation. That's according to the job study we recently launched last December, with 54,000 people working in the sector by 2025. But now to the main topic, and that's point 4 when it comes to opportunities. Solar produced in Europe, solar produced in Romania, solar produced in this region. With a very strong demand of solar we're looking at, and solar will be the main source of electricity in Romania by 2030 for sure, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reshore solar production to Europe. To keep the European world-leading know-how, we still have global leading research institutes in Europe, providing us with the latest technologies and reducing dependencies we have from other regions in the world, and here particularly China. It is really great to see that the National Romanian Recovery and Resilience Plan includes a target for PV manufacturing, and includes a target for battery storage manufacturing. This is the right step forward. And first, companies are already grasping this opportunity in Romania. Carpat Solar, together with Mondragon Assembly, some months ago announced the development of 100 megawatt of solar module production to be scaled up in the future. And I understand that we will hear another announcement today. I hope I piqued your curiosity. I'm not going to reveal anything at this point in time. So you still have to wait a little for the other announcement which will be made in terms of solar manufacturing here in Romania in a couple of minutes' time. So what does it need to attract all the investors to get this wall of money coming into this region? The most important prerequisite is a stable regulatory environment. We need to have predictability for investors. And when it comes to accelerating the rollout of solar in the region, permitting is the highest priority. And then solar rooftop programs. We will see not only REPower, which also has already been mentioned on Wednesday, but the European Commission for the very first time is coming up with a strategy dedicated to solar explicitly to push solar forward in Europe. And a rooftop program is one of the key pillars which we have seen already in some drafts, which will be put forward. And I do hope that such programs will also be seen anytime soon here in this region. All of that to tell you that demand is incredibly important to develop supply chains again in Europe. We need to have a strong demand as the main basis for reshoring manufacturing to Europe. And that is why investors need to put money also not only in manufacturing, but also in the demand. And what do investors need who want to invest in manufacturing? De-risking investments. That is one of the main things recurring all over Europe. Because money is available, it's just about the risks investors would have to take still. I'm pretty confident that the perceived risk of investing into PV manufacturing will be diminished anytime soon, but at this point in time, to scale up, we still need to have de-risking instruments. And the second thing, companies need a level playing field. Companies need to be able to compete globally without subsidies, hopefully, to compete globally with the right framework conditions, to compete because we are better in sustainability in Europe. We are better when it comes to the CO2 footprint. So we need to make sure that we valorize these elements where we are so good at. Ladies and gentlemen, to close, the solar sector is already growing exponentially all over Europe, but also here in this region. In Europe, we installed some 26 gigawatt of solar last year. And in a simple business-as-usual scenario, we will be installing 50 gigawatt in 2025. And that's not factoring in the war, that's not factoring in the energy price crisis, and that's not factoring in that we need to go faster when it comes to the climate urgency we're in. And this is really not enough. 50 gigawatt, business as usual by 2025. We can accelerate. And what we are proposing the European Commission to do is set a target of 1 terawatt by 2030. This would mean that already by 2025, we will more than double our business as usual and go beyond 100 gigawatt installed in Europe. All of that needs a lot of political will. And using the European funds, as Romania is already doing, is a very wise thing to do. 72 years of peace in Europe have been built on coal and steel. Now, let's build the future on renewables. And I hope that the further bold Romanian ambitions can be sparked today. I'm very much Looking forward to the further discussions and being with you here today. Thank you very much.
All right, so joining us online at this point is the Chair of Committee on Industry, Research and Energy of the European Parliament, Mr. Cristian Bușoi.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm intervening from the European Parliament premises as I am between two important ITRE committee meetings. And I hope the sound and the atmosphere here will allow me to send a strong support and appreciation message. First of all, my appreciation towards Asociația Română pentru Energie Eoliană and Asociația Română pentru Energie Fotovoltaică, which represents a high percentage of the stakeholders in the field of renewables. I would also like to salute Wind Europe and Solar Power Europe. I work closely with them in Brussels for their affiliation to this very important discussion in Romania. We have a very ambitious target, 55 CO2 reduction by 2030, and this could be achieved through a massive expansion of renewable energies in all areas with deployment of innovative technology also. Further, I would like to state that green energy is an essential EU measure of Energy Union strategy to combine energy and climate action by integrating the 5 interrelated dimensions: energy security, solidarity and trust, fully integrated European energy market, energy efficiency contributing to moderation of demand, reducing climate change, decarbonizing the economy, and finally, of course, promote research, innovation, and competitiveness. You know that we have on the table and we work in the ITRE committee now on this. In July, we'll have the final vote on the revision of Renewable Energy Directive. It's a proposal from European Commission to increase 40% renewable energies by 2030 in the total final gross consumption of energy. This is an increase from 32 as it was the initial target. This target is ambitious, but is also achievable. This revision of RED directive is one of the key instruments of the Fit for 55 package and introduces some new elements compared to the previous directive. So not only the target, but also dedicated sectoral measures for heating and cooling, buildings, industry, transport, and bioenergy. Moreover, the Parliament process of improving the text and amending the proposal allowed us to react also to the war in Ukraine and to address the fact that energy has been used for geopolitical purposes by Russia for a long time already. Therefore, in the new context, looking also at the REPowerEU, and with a strong commitment to phase out, to replace Russian gas imports after the horrific, unprovoked and illegal aggression of Russia against Ukraine, there was a majority in the ITRE committee, the committee that I'm chairing, to increase the proposed target. And as a chair of the committee, I've asked the Commission to come up with a complementary impact assessment that should examine the amendments tabled. It should look first at the 45%, which has already an informal majority. So maybe we go in this direction, increase even further the ambition and the objective to 45. But also we ask the European Commission to look to a possible impact assessment in the range from 45 to 56, as we have amendments also to go to 56. But of course, maybe it's a little bit unrealistic at the moment. But 45, in the opinion of most of the colleagues, is achievable. Let's see also what European Commission will say. But the renewable target may be 40 or 45%, and the cornerstones of the amended directive will provide important impetus for the expansion and acceptance of renewable energies in Europe and for the renewable energy sources, as well as for its infrastructure and ultimately investments. Simultaneous, the urgency of decarbonization translates into growing pressure on governments to decommission carbon-intensive power plants and to promote renewable energy sources investment. Consequently, accelerating the need for market reform. We need also to interrelated the renewable integration with the interconnecting transmission systems, and we need to increase their flexibility. Going further, I see a great potential in Romania. As we already have a good share of renewables, some of it, of course, is from the previous times, if we look to the hydro, but also the potential of solar, of wind, even geothermal for heating, of course, difficult for electricity, but for heating, biomass is very high. And I think we should also support the new enhanced targets for renewables, and we can also cope with this. We need to use all opportunities, PNRR, the Modernization Fund, to accelerate new capacity of production. And also we need to invest heavily in the grid modernization. I will say just a few words about an initiative of European Commission that we asked several times and will come soon, and I think all of you are waiting, is to ease the permit granting procedures and to reduce the administrative barriers in the renewable deployment. Because lengthy and complex permit granting procedures and other administrative barriers until now slowed down a lot the potential of renewables. Permitting has long been a thorn in the side of the renewables industry. It is a common and avoidable obstacle to solar and renewable deployment. To tackle this, European Union is preparing, and we discussed with the Commission even these days, to publish new guidance and to update the legislation in order to accelerate the permitting in the EU countries. We are expecting the proposal for the Commission even tomorrow, together with the REPower EU, a more detailed plan, as we had only the general communication few weeks ago. We'll make to be sure that EU countries will need to ensure that permitting granting procedures are considered an overriding public interest. This includes planning, construction, and operation of renewables energy plants, storage, and grid connections. It is expected that the proposal will call for strict time limits for permitting procedures. For instance, the process for new projects in renewable go-to areas should not exceed 1 year, and repowering permits in these areas for capacities under 150 kilowatts should not exceed 6 months. The matches also calls from the wind industry for 1 to 2 year permitting times, better spatial planning, and one-stop shops. When we discuss renewables, we need also to discuss storage issue, as energy storage, unfortunately, was not addressed adequately in regulatory frameworks, but this is maybe a topic for a future discussion, because I know also that government of Romania and Minister of Energy is looking to the Modernization Fund in order to give the necessary support for the storage of electricity from renewables sources. I would finalize my intervention by saying that investing in renewables could incentivize renewables uptake, and there is evidence that the development of functional balancing market that could also facilitate the market integration of demand response and support the wide-scale deployment of renewables. Romania has a great potential. European Union has a great potential. We need this not only to save the climate and to reach our most important objectives, Fit for 55 and Green Deal, but we need also renewables in order to ensure our energy security, which is extremely important in these turbulent times. It's a strong commitment to replace Russian gas imports, but beside finding alternative sources, renewables and energy efficiency are essential in order to achieve this goal. Once again, thank you for the invitation. Congratulations for the excellent conference with high-level participation. Sorry that I couldn't be here, but I need to chair ITRE committee today in the European Parliament and count on your representatives from all political groups in European Parliament to support your initiatives in Romania and in the European Union. Thank you.
It is my honor now to present a special message from the Prime Minister of Romania, Nicolae Ionel Ciucă.
Distinși invitați, stimați organizatori, doamnelor și domnilor, vă felicit pentru inițiativa de a organiza acest eveniment extrem de necesar dezvoltării sectorului energetic din România. Dezbaterea la care participăm, dedicată energiei regenerabile și tranziției către o economie decarbonizată, va aduce o contribuție semnificativă la eforturile României pentru consolidarea continuă a tranziției către energia regenerabilă și pentru îndeplinirea țintelor de decarbonizare asumate. Procesul de tranziție energetică trebuie să reprezinte un efort comun de transformare, de crearea unui sistem energetic robust, modern, bazat pe extinderea și implementarea rapidă a tuturor tehnologiilor disponibile și inovatoare pentru viitor. O transformare a sectorului energetic oferă oportunități de creștere a securității energetice, de susținere a dezvoltării economice, de incluziune socială și de creare a cât mai multor locuri de muncă. Punctele de pornire ale proceselor de tranziție sunt diferite pentru fiecare stat membru al Uniunii Europene. Iar statele membre care trebuie să elimine într-un timp foarte scurt cărbunele din mixul energetic se vor confrunta cu provocări majore. Majoritatea metodelor de bune practici arată că soluția optimă pe termen scurt și mediu pentru accelerarea procesului de eliminare a cărbunelui este utilizarea gazului natural, iar prin creșterea treptată a ponderii gazelor regenerabile se poate realiza neutralitatea climatică până în anul 2050. Mai mult, gazul natural este considerat atât o opțiune viabilă pentru a asigura tranziția verde, cât și similar energiei nucleare, o resursă vitală pentru echilibrarea rețelei electrice pe măsură ce contribuția energiei regenerabile va crește în conformitate cu țintele propuse prin pachetul legislativ Fit for 55. Doamnelor și domnilor, prioritățile guvernului în domeniul energetic se concentrează pe noile investiții necesare pentru creșterea contribuției energiei regenerabile în mixul energetic, inclusiv exploatarea potențialului energiei regenerabile offshore în Marea Neagră, stocarea pe scară largă a energiei electrice și utilizarea hidrogenului pentru decarbonizarea sectoarelor economice. Trecerea de la cărbune la gaze naturale și surse regenerabile de energie este o acțiune urgentă, necesară pentru a ne atinge obiectivele și țintele pentru anul 2030, reliefate în documentele programatice, respectiv Planul Național Integrat Energie și Schimbări Climatice, Strategia energetică a României 2021-2030, cu perspectiva anului 2050 și Planul Național de Redresare și Reziliență. Creșterea ponderii energiei din surse regenerabile, exploatările offshore și onshore de adâncime, investiții deblocate de noua lege aflată în dezbaterea Parlamentului, proiectele din domeniul energiei nucleare, sunt pe agenda priorităților guvernului. Distinși invitați, eficiența energetică reprezintă o resursă cheie pentru dezvoltarea economică și socială. Guvernul are un dialog permanent cu mediul de afaceri și are înțelegerea corectă a problemelor cu care se confruntă cele mai multe companii în implementarea acțiunilor de eficiență energetică. Pentru creșterea securității energetice a României, încurajăm dezvoltarea lanțului de producție, în special în această perioadă în care situația geopolitică duce la întârzierea termenelor de livrare a componentelor esențiale tranziției către energia regenerabilă. Obiectivele pentru dezvoltarea sectorului de energie regenerabilă sunt susținute de politici de guvernanță clare și transparente. Guvernul României a inițiat strategii economice calibrate la nevoile actuale ale pieței de energie. Am alocat fonduri pentru stimularea investițiilor în energie regenerabilă, utilizând toate pârghile și mecanismele financiare disponibile, precum Planul Național de Redresare și Reziliență și Fondul pentru Modernizare. Este important să menționez obiectivele și reformele stabilite în cadrul Planului de Redresare și Reziliență, eliminarea treptată a centralelor electrice pe cărbune și lignit până în 2032, creșterea capacității de producere a energiei din surse regenerabile, dezvoltarea de proiecte pilot pentru producția de hidrogen verde și reintegrarea pe piața muncii a celor afectați direct sau indirect de progresul României către energie regenerabilă. În cadrul PNRR am lansat recent ghidurile și schemele de ajutor de stat pentru stimularea investițiilor în lanțul industrial de producție, asamblare și reciclare a bateriilor, a celulelor și panourilor fotovoltaice, inclusiv a echipamentelor auxiliare, precum și a noii capacități de stocare a energiei electrice. Aceste investiții susținute prin PNRR se vor ridica la peste 2 miliarde de euro, dintre care peste 1,5 miliarde de euro cofinanțare. O altă schemă de finanțare care va crește siguranța energetică a țării este Fondul de Modernizare. Prin acest mecanism, sprijinim investițiile cu emisii scăzute de carbon în sistemele energetice. Valoarea totală a investițiilor finanțate prin Fondul pentru Modernizare se ridică la peste 17 milioane de euro, din care 13 miliarde de euro cofinanțare din partea statului român prin Ministerul Energiei. Cu ajutorul acestor fonduri vor fi puse în funcțiune aproximativ 3.000 de megavați și 800 de kilometri de conducte de gaze naturale. Primele proiecte finanțate prin acest mecanism au primit deja fonduri și sunt derulate de complexul energetic Oltenia și Transelectrica. Doamnelor și domnilor, guvernul pe care îl conduc este direct implicat în procesul de decarbonizare a țării și în atingerea obiectivelor ambițioase privind securitatea energetică a României. Datoria morală pe care o avem față de generațiile viitoare, prin protejarea mediului, este dublată de responsabilitatea de a asigura pârghile necesare dezvoltării economice a României și bunăstării cetățenilor noștri. Vă mulțumesc și doresc mult succes dezbaterilor dumneavoastră.
All right, so just now, Romania's Minister of Energy is in the process of finalizing the offshore law. He will join us in person later in the day, but for now, he was kind enough to send a brief video message.
Bună dimineața și mulțumesc pentru invitația dumneavoastră de a participa la această conferință RESinvest, o conferință foarte importantă pentru domeniul energiei regenerabile din România și nu numai. Vorbim și de regiune, pentru că Marea Neagră este un pol de dezvoltare economică, este un pol energetic și deține foarte multă energie regenerabilă care poate fi folosită. Îmi cer scuze că nu pot să fiu fizic prezent cu dumneavoastră astăzi, dar chiar la această oră, la ora 10, trebuie să particip la lucrările Comisiei de Industrie și Servicii din Camera Deputaților pentru legea offshore, o lege foarte importantă pentru securitatea energetică a României. Vreau să vă urez succes în lucrările conferinței, să vă asigur de sprijinul Ministerului Energiei, să vă asigur că avem fonduri pentru dezvoltarea energiei regenerabile și nu trebuie decât să aveți proiecte mature pentru a le putea accesa. Succes încă o dată și sunt alături de dumneavoastră și voi fi tot timpul alături de dumneavoastră. Mulțumesc!
And now, let's please welcome a final keynote from the Director General from Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs of the European Commission, Ms. Kerstin Jorna.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my fullest support to renewable energy production in Southeast Europe. You have indeed what it takes to change the game and to become a frontrunner. Abundant sunlight, raw materials, and numerous seaports for supply chain logistics. And you can rest assured that the European Union will continue to do its utmost to boost renewable energy capacities in the region, in particular through the European Innovation Council, the so-called EIC, which is Europe's new flagship program for scaling up breakthrough technologies. I have in mind the compelling example of Bright Hellas in Greece, a company considered for funding under the EIC Fund Accelerator. It manufactures transparent solar panels for greenhouses, allowing the growing of crops while reducing energy costs. This project can serve as a spearhead for other companies operating in the same industry, but also for deep tech companies in Greece and Southeast Europe. We should also build on the tangible results of the various European industrial alliances. They have proved to be an effective framework for driving innovation and mapping Europe's investment needs for green technologies. Take batteries or hydrogen. We're actively engaging with the European Investment Bank and national promotional banks to secure their support for investments in the sectors of the energy transition, including raw materials, critical raw materials. Last but not least, I wish to underline the importance of the recovery and resilience national plans. They will bring decisive leverage in supporting Europe's industrial leadership on renewables. The Commission is currently exploring with Member States how these plans could factor in the objectives of REPowerEU, the joint European action for more affordable, secure and sustainable energy supply. Which brings me to my conclusion. Growing stronger on renewable energy is not only a climate-related goal, but also a geostrategic imperative. As the world equilibrium is literally capsizing, the European Union must find a way to cater for its own security, prosperity and interests. Renewable energy is of course part and parcel of that answer. So we must keep the pace on all fronts, ensuring access to finance, securing raw material supplies, building a conducive regulatory framework and a robust and stable pipeline of new projects. In this collective quest for resilience, I know your commitment and experience and your industrial vision will be critical. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. At this point, we're very happy to be kicking off Panel 1, RES Made in Southeast Europe. First of all, I give the floor to the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Christian Kettle-Thompson.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation today to give an EIB, European Investment Bank, perspective on the renewable energy plans and the opportunities for strengthening global supply chains in southeastern Europe. The European Green Deal has set the direction for decarbonizing European energy supply. And in light of the war in Ukraine, Europe is determined to increase its energy security and reduce dependency on Russian fossil fuels. These two overriding policy targets go hand in hand, although in the shorter term we will see some deviances due to the war in Ukraine. In the REPower EU, the EU aims to front-load wind and solar deployment by tripling installed capacity by 2030 and doubling annual additions for the next 8 years. As EU Climate Bank, the EIB devotes a large part of our financing to climate-friendly energy investments. And last year we approved financing of specific projects of almost 25 billion euros focused on green investments, including new renewable energy capacity, electricity distribution, and energy efficiency. In the Southeastern Europe region, we have several examples of EIB financing in the renewable energy sector, in particular for onshore wind farms and solar installations, as well as energy efficiency projects in residential and public buildings. Except for hydropower capacity established some time ago, the renewable energy sector in Southeastern Europe has, however, and when you compare to other regions in Europe, still a large untapped potential and opportunities for significant growth. This goes both for the actual power generation and supply industries. Now that the national energy and climate plans of Southeastern European countries have set ambitious targets for the share of electricity consumption from renewable energy by 2030. In Croatia and Greece, this target is about 60%. It is 50% in Romania here, and 30% in Bulgaria. In the European Investment Bank, we believe that with these commitments, many of the basic conditions for these plans to be realized are indeed taking shape in Southeastern Europe. Firstly, in the Southeastern Europe region, there's an abundance of untapped solar and wind resources, not least here in Romania. Secondly, there are huge amounts of EU funding available over the coming years to finance investments in new renewable energy capacity, distribution networks, and in innovation. Thirdly, renewables are already the cheapest source of new power generation in most markets across the world. Strong competition, higher fossil fuel prices, and technological evolution have led to steep declines in the cost of new capacity compared to alternatives. And fourthly, policy advancements in Southeastern Europe have in financial terms increased the competitive framework and de-risked new investment by reducing uncertainty regarding future offtake prices of electricity. Good examples are the auction-based contracts for difference support for utility-scale renewables that reduces uncertainties from the volatility of wholesale prices. And use of power purchasing agreements can support growth in the commercial and utility-scale segments going forward. On the EU funds, the most important are the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the Structural Funds, and the Modernization Fund. And targeted use of these funds will enable countries to attract also more private capital. But to absorb the EU funds within the strict deadlines set for these, it will be important for authorities to focus on the actual and timely implementation of projects. This also includes the processes of land acquisitions, permitting, access to the grids, procurement, and the management of construction deadlines and budgets. The large prospective growth in renewable energy investment has the potential to attract more regional and local infrastructure in the value chain in the medium and longer term. And from a lender's perspective, credible regional and local supply chains make construction schedules as well as operation and maintenance more predictable and thus also more bankable. Therefore, I would encourage Southeastern European leaders to seek to create the right framework for investors to set up local supply industries relating to renewable energy. In this regard, I would like to emphasize the importance of natural regulatory framework that is conducive to private investment in the renewable energy sector. The overall supply chain for the renewable energy is extensive and can be divided into 3 distinct phases: development, planning and procurement, manufacturing and installation, and operation and maintenance. All phases are supported through cost-cutting services for many other sectors like consulting, financing, training, and research and development. One of the first services that could follow with a critical mass of new renewable energy capacity are operation and maintenance services. And I think in this respect you could experience a similar dynamism as in the car industry, where the manufacturing of cars in other countries has contributed to a flourishing parts manufacturing sector here in Romania. Thus, actual manufacturing may follow where there is sufficient long-term demand for equipment and services, and the right environment in the form of proximity to market, investor confidence, skilled workforce, and wider infrastructure. To meet the more general human resource requirements associated with deployment targets in the southeastern region, education and training policies would need to consider the skills needs of the wind and solar energy sectors, which would also increase opportunities for local employment. All in all, I see some very interesting opportunities for Southeastern European countries regarding the supply chain now that the countries have committed more credibly to long-term renewable energy targets and strategies and are in the process of setting up more stable regulatory and financial frameworks. At the same time, I would stress that a strong focus on the elements mentioned here today will be important, not least to ensure investor confidence and to attract also private investors. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You have met before. I now welcome on stage the moderator of the first panel, Giles Dixon.
Building out renewables in Southeast Europe. That is the topic for our panel discussion now. And we have a fantastic lineup of panelists. I'm going to tell you who they are, then I will invite them up onto the stage, and one of them on the screen even. So we have the lady who is driving the energy transition in Greece. I've mentioned her already, the Secretary General for Energy in the Greek government, Alexandra Soudoukou. We have the man who is driving the energy transition in Bulgaria, the chairman of the Energy Committee in the Bulgarian Parliament, Mr. Radoslav Rybarski. From the World Bank, we have the country manager for Romania and Hungary, Anna Akalkatsi, and then we have two industrialists who are going to help make all this happen. We have the head of European affairs from NL, Mr. Razvan Lupulescu, and on the screen, as if by magic, we have the CEO for Europe and the Middle East of one of the world's largest wind turbine manufacturers, onshore and offshore, Siemens Gamesa. Please welcome our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Are you with us? Clark. Bucharest calling Clark McFarlane of Siemens Gamesa. Are you with us, Clark? Well, you'll be joining us very shortly, I am sure. Alexandra, can I put the first question to you? Look, energy transition, this all started some time ago, and the first big acceleration came with the post-COVID recovery plan. How are you using your EU recovery money in Greece to drive the energy transition?
You cut to the chase, straightforward to the question. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, the organizers. Thank you for moderating, and thank all you, the attendees, of joining us here in this discussion. Giles, I was listening before Prime Minister of Romania, and while he was, presenting the vision here in Romania, and actually I was thinking how common challenges Greece and Romania have, and why it's important now for both countries, to achieve this paradigm shift in the energy sector. And you also mentioned this in your remarks in the introduction. I think now it's the momentum. We are blessed countries because we have abundant resources. We are blessed because we have, from a geographical point of view, sun and wind. And we can very much achieve what Europe needs right now, which is, being no more dependent on fossil fuels and natural gas from Russia. Now, coming to your question, let me briefly outline what Greece is doing with the money that we have from the recovery plan. We have actually a green pillar under the RRP, and this green pillar amounts to 4.5 billion. These are grants that have to be paid until the end of 2025. So this money will mobilize around 4.1 billion from private investments. So we have a total of 8.6 billion in the next 3.5 years. So the money is there. Let me just tell you that this amount is almost the 24% of the entire RRP amount for Greece. Now, under this green pillar, we have actually three main components and 4 components, but the 3 of them are very much related to renewables. So the first component is called Power Up, and this emphasizes electricity-related investments and reforms if we want to achieve this, new green and sustainable energy model. And what does this include? It has several initiatives, but starting first, we cannot talk about renewables penetration if we don't have the grids. And I think that this is something that is common to all countries. It's a discussion that I hear everywhere, the congestion of grids. So we are going to take and absorb, we allocate a specific amount of money for the upgrade and the enhancement of our network capacity in order to enable the penetration of renewables. So investments in network upgrades, both in our TSO and DSO. Then we have a substantial financial support to new renewable capacity through auctions. We have here 200 million euros that this actually ensures the viability of the RES the renewables financing mechanism for the coming years. And we have also a significant amount to rapidly support and deploy battery and hydro pump storage. We have a total of 1.4 gigawatt of storage to be commissioned in the next, as I said, 3.5 years. And we have an amount of 400 million euros. Our aim is, I think, by Q3 of this coming year to launch a tender, an international tender, by giving grants to those who want to invest in storage. And finally, as you know, the RRF also requires, apart from mobilizing all these funds, what is also necessary is to promote reforms. And here we have two key reforms. The one is, I think, what also REPower EU tomorrow is going to announce, is the simplification of our renewables licensing process. And the second one is the establishment of a comprehensive framework for offshore wind. For the simplification of licensing, we have just completed the public consultation of the second phase of a new regulatory package in Greece that cuts down red tape and actually digitalizes, I would say, several permitting processes here and there from various licensing authorities. And it's very significant to unite them on a platform so that you know where each investment is, at which stage. And so the aim is to, with this law, is to cut down the total time for renewable licenses from 6 to 7 years, that is now in Greece, to 2 years. This is the aim. And as I mentioned, the offshore wind framework will also allow in Greece the deployment of this technology. We have completed the regulation. We are ready to press the button and put it in public consultation. Again, here we have a target of 2 gigawatt by 2030. And I think that with this component, I think that we will be able to not just achieve the target that we have set in Greece by 2030 to have a minimum of, under our previous NECP, it was 35% of renewables in our energy mix, which was also a 65% of renewables in our electricity mix, but now we are revising these targets, and they're going to be more than 70%, the target for renewables penetration in our electricity generation mix, and more than 40% in our energy total mix. And we have also a second component that is called Renovate. I think that it actually has the highest budget of this green pillar. It's 50% of these 4.5 billion that will be allocated to energy efficiency programs. So with this money, we aim to renovate the existing building stock, residential stock, commercial, industrial, public buildings, everything. And we have an interesting, actually, project under this component, which is addressed to business buildings and commercial and industrial buildings. We are actually going to finance rooftop solars and batteries in order, of course, to face, the current problem, which is energy prices and electricity bills. This is something that concerns us a lot, how we will help enterprises in Greece to reduce their costs. That's why we are going to allocate a specific budget for such a program install, as I said, roof pallets together with batteries. And then we have a third component that is called recharge and refuel. And this component introduces reforms for the e-mobility sector. It actually promotes investments that are going to establish the required charging infrastructure in Greece, but also we want to help and facilitate those investors that want to invest in Greece in, as you mentioned earlier, supply chain. So we're going to incentivize industries to establish not just R&D, but also production plants under the name of Produce Green. So we have around 400 million for the next 3 years to be allocated. So I think that with this plan, the green pillar, the aim of Greece is to energize our economy, but also change completely the renewables landscape in Greece. And I think that I'm quite confident that we will make it.
Alexandra, you're going to energize the Greek economy. I think you've energized this event this morning with that hugely ambitious line of goals, targets, and action that you're already taking. Can I just check one point of detail? The new renewables targets will be 75% of electricity by 2030.
By 2030.
By 2030, and more than 40% renewable energy by 2030. Fantastic. Great. Radoslav, what are you doing in Bulgaria? What are you doing in Bulgaria?
Actually, in Bulgaria, we're doing quite well. The industry output is all-time high since data has been collected. Energy output is also pretty much to the rooftop. Everything is going smoothly despite the fact that gas supplies were shut down from a long-term supplier on a breached contractual obligation. But we succeeded, quite grateful to our neighboring countries, such as Greece, and we arranged for gas supplies to be continuous, and we are now arranging more supplies, and they will come at a better price. And we figure out that energy independence is not only a matter of resources that each country has, it's a matter of cooperation, coordination through the whole region. And if we are able to establish good relations, well-developed infrastructure, we'll be all secured on energy supplies. Furthermore, on the renewable strategy that we have built, we are currently completing legislation for rooftop permitting. It will be completely based on a notification through the municipalities, authorities, and through transmission operators. It will be finalized either this week or next week. And we started discussing CFDs, which the legal framework will be most probably submitted and introduced in front of the Parliament by the end of this week or next week. This is a target and promise to the business organizations that was just made yesterday, as you announced. And we are going to work hard in order to set in a more investor-friendly mood the feed-in tariffs, premiums, and CFDs that we currently have. They all need to be organized and to be more investor-friendly, more understandable. The permitting process will be further eased. All procedures are supposed to be much easier to go through. And we are, of course, discussing the legal framework for offshore wind. And we are coordinating these efforts with Romania as well, with all neighboring countries, in order to figure out the potential, the real potential, and to build the legal framework that will provide sustainable investments in the national targets, according to the National Resilience and Recovery Plan, are mostly based on storage of electricity. We need that storage in order to secure the grid, to be able to connect more renewable energy sources. And also we're discussing renewable energy for households. This is of huge interest to all people willing to build their own rooftop installations. They would like to have also batteries. Batteries will be also funded by the National Resilience and Recovery Plan. And by the end of July, August, we're also supposed to introduce a mechanism that all these residential installations will be able also to feed in electricity to the grid at cost. Geothermal energy is also being discussed and is also included in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. It will be mostly like an assessment of this kind of source, and a couple of pilot plants might be built. In terms of renewable energy, we're also willing to continue on the next step, which is the Just Transition Fund, which will introduce a program for retrofitting of open pit coal mines. These huge areas that are currently not being used are supposed to be built up with solar panels in order to start developing green hydrogen valley, which is in the central part of Bulgaria. The project is pretty much structured, and as of today is being introduced also in Munich. There's a huge interest between industrial stakeholders in that area. Fertilizer plants and huge industrial factories are willing to use green hydrogen based on renewable energy, which is generated in these retrofitted areas of the lignite coal mines. Pretty much, I believe this is good enough.
Yeah. That is marvelous, Radoslav. Can I congratulate you on behalf of all of us here and on behalf of the renewables industries across the whole of Europe for the resilience and vision which you and Bulgaria are clearly demonstrating since your major former gas supplier broke the terms of their contract and you have had to articulate overnight a new approach to energy. And can I congratulate you on behalf of everybody, Alexandra, for the fantastic solidarity that you as a neighbor have given to Bulgaria. This is an example for the rest of Europe, an inspiring example. Thank you for both of you. Now, Anna, the World Bank is going to help finance the energy transition, yes, in Greece and Bulgaria and in the whole of Southeast Europe. What can you do to help? What are you already doing to finance investments in renewables and renewable supply chains?
Yes, thank you very much. It's an honor to be on this panel. And I will give you four maybe issues on the table that we in the bank believe are critically important for development of supply chains in renewable energy. I heard several times here, money is there, we have money. It's, how do you absorb money? How do you turn this money into actual expansion of capacities and development of supply chain? That's the tricky part of it. We often hear also there is a lot of EU money, there is a lot of private sector investors interested in the sector, but then something is not working to see an uptake. We are having a unique opportunity today, given the crisis, given the geopolitical developments, to in fact turn the point here, turn the point for the industry and turn the point for many industry players. So how can we turn the financing into real capacities and real jobs that we heard here, 1 million jobs to be created and transition of energy to be complete? So number one, and this is, I think, Walburga mentioned that, is the need to have demand, very specific, what we call in the bank anchor demand. And for us, if we take Romania, it is this domestic demand for supply chain, for component producers that needs to be there. And we had a very good uptake in wind sector until 2015. Until, as you all know, it was booming sector, and then things stalled. And things stalled because of regulatory environment, unpredictable regulatory environment that put investors on hold. What we see now is that the government is undertaking very important efforts to basically change the situation. In December, the government already adopted changes to the law on electricity and natural gas that allow bilateral contracts, and they also facilitate certain flexibilities in the way market operates, and the balancing can be done in the market. And so I think my number one question is creating this anchor demand, and for it, it's very important to have very predictable regulatory environment, one, and second is the infrastructure. It's spending infrastructure, connecting the players. Otherwise, investors will not invest if we don't have that ready for them. Second issue is, in addition to demand itself, it's very important to have the right cost structures. We need, and in terms of, it's in terms of capital, it's in terms of labor, in terms of energy, in terms of materials. And I think some countries may have comparative advantages given their cost structures in some parts of renewable sector, others may have in others. And I think what we all should be thinking about is how to explore complementarity, not just within individual countries, but a regional level. And I think, the solidarity that we were just now discussing between the Greece and Bulgaria, I think the opportunity to come together and find a regional solution, I think, are there. The third point that I want to talk about is around skills. Skills and kind of technological readiness. 1 million jobs is a huge opportunity, but we need proper skills, and we need to think how we make sure that skills are available for the industry. And then the last one is promoting ecosystems. It's ensuring those synergies between different type of producers. Like, for example, if you have a good base, metallurgical base, like we have here in Romania, that you use that, you have producers of, I don't know, blades for turbines, but you bring this industry together, because that's where you are then getting synergies, that's why you are getting collaboration, that's why you are getting innovation, and you can advance technology going forward. So I want to put those 4 things on the table.
Thank you very much, Anna. That's great. Clark, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Giles?
We can hear you loud and clear, and we can see you very clearly too. Great to see you.
Sorry about that.
Not at all. Clark, you must like what you've heard so far. You have 2 governments planning major expansion of renewables. You have the World Bank, who want to finance this. Sitting where you sit, looking over the whole of Europe and the Middle East for Siemens Gamesa, how do you see this region? What ambitions, what hopes do you have?
Well, first of all, Giles, I'm sorry I couldn't be there. Particularly a trip to Romania is an excellent thing. My children, when they were teenagers, spent a lot of time in the Carpathian Mountains, so it's a place that I love and have fond memories of. The first thing, of course, we do as a turbine manufacturer is listen. And as you just highlighted, listening to the excellent plans from the different governments in Southeast Europe is fantastic. What will bring supply chain is turning those plans into a pipeline. We don't need to talk about the issues of grid and consenting, but we also need to talk about mechanisms of CFD, because when there's volume and when there's consistent volume, that's when we found that markets thrive. And so therefore, that's when the supply chain will develop, because it will see a consistency, it will see a return. Now, what have we learned so far from seeing how other markets develop? Well, the first thing is if you are going to look at your grid consenting, make it for the modern turbines. Don't get stuck in the past. Make sure that you've put today's products into the permitting system so that we've got an opportunity not only to develop a local supply chain, but that which can export because it's got relevant turbine technology. And I have to say that that is something that Southeast Europe is doing very well. And I would ask you to continue to focus on that you make sure you get those tip heights and those grid suitable for modern technology. The second thing is, look at what you've got first before we get starry-eyed about building turbines. I mean, within Siemens Gamesa, we've only got 1 onshore and 2 offshore nacelle factories in Europe. And it's unlikely that with the state of OEMs and with the rationalizing of the supply chain, that that's about to turn and there to be a lot of nacelle factories built. But there's a lot which Southeast Europe has to offer already. So, for example, you've got good ports, good logistics. There's an excellent engineering base. We need cranes. We're going to need more cranes. We'll need towers. We need foundations. But we also need other skills, so components for nacelles, which of course can be used for spare parts. So don't miss those out, because the pandemic has shown us that we can't just single source from Asia many of our parts for a turbine, particularly electrical components, metal components. We need to dual source or multi-source. And so there's a great opportunity using the industrial heritage to be able to link into that pipeline. And the supply chain invests when it can see movement, when it can see regularity. And so what I would say is let's keep that enthusiasm and let's keep those milestones for auctions ticking along. Where we've seen auctions get delayed or changed, or a CFD mechanism or a FIT mechanism get stopped, or there's political upheaval, that's when the supply chain gets scared, and that's when the supply chain thinks, well, maybe this isn't the best place to invest. So let's use that positive energy, and then let's use that natural progression of the supply chain, which I'm sure will happen.
Thank you, Clark. You have hinted very gently there when you were talking about the parts of nacelles, the different components and materials that make up a wind turbine, that today, yes, you and other turbine manufacturers are importing a lot of that equipment from China and elsewhere. May you be looking to reshore some of that to Europe?
Yes, I think what the pandemic and the current conflict has shown us is that this reliance on an Asian source, a single source, nothing wrong with an Asian source, don't get me wrong, but within Europe, we do need to develop our supply chain for 2 reasons. One is it's not just the scarcity of components that we've seen during the pandemic and the conflict, but also it's the scale of which we want to build in Europe, and therefore the capacity is required. And so therefore we will be looking for multi-sourcing from different areas than we've had before. If you just hold on a second, Giles, my automatic light.
That's fine, we can see you clearly.
So yes, and that's where I think those early adopters, so those that can turn words and goals and objectives for gigawatts into action, they'll get the first investment. And remember, whilst there's lots of funds for wind farm, supply chain have limited profitability. So they will be looking for the early investments in the most attractive places.
Thank you for that, Clark. Razvan, Enel, you're one of the big developers that's going to build all the new wind and solar in Southeast Europe. You will agree with what Clark has said about pipeline, auctions, reliability, the visibility, the schedule, and what Clark has said about permitting and how important it is that it's always possible to install the latest up-to-date technology. You're not stuck with the technology spec that was in the original permit application. You'll agree with all of that. So I'm going to ask you a more challenging question. I think all the panelists so far would take the view that the developers really should be buying turbines and buying panels made in Europe. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. Of course. First of all, sorry for my voice. I had a small problem last week, and it seems still here. I have to say how grateful and how happy I am to be back home, sitting on this stage, talking in front of many people, many friends, many people I know, colleagues, and so on and so forth. Thank you, Giles. Thank you for guiding this panel. And then I have to say that another important thing is the fact that I have to greet the governments of the region, Romania, Greece, Bulgaria, for the unity, for how they are facing this current crisis with the war unfolding 200, 300 kilometers from our shores, let's say like this. So it's a great thing, and I believe that there are things from this crisis to go forward and to unfold some opportunities for our countries and for our region. So coming back to the subject, I have to say that yes, it should be done as much as possible in Europe, should be done as much as possible in the region, because these countries are rich in resources. At least as a Romanian, I know this thing from when I was young, and I believe that a value chain should be created in this respect. Yes, Walburga was saying very nice before that we have to create demand. We are the ones that we are creating a demand for technology, for turbines, for panels, for so on and so forth. But this conference now, I believe, should be a first step to set, how to call it, a more wider discussion and approach in the upstream of the value chains of the renewables. So while we are very willing and hungry to have all these components delivered, ready to be installed, of course, to deliver the targets on renewable energy and also on reduction of GHG, I believe that upstream should be a lot to be done. One of the, let's say, initiatives that the European Commission has been putting forward is the European Raw Material Alliance. And here, when we are talking about raw materials, we are talking about a lot of things that are used in fabricating this technology. So yes, some of the technologies could be, for example, included in the European important IPCI, important projects of common interest, European projects of common interest, and so to, let's say, to increase, to boost the access to the funding that Europe is putting forward. One of the most important elements that it's a milestone in my opinion, and the moments that we are living now in the energy sector are something that is happening maybe once in 50 years, is to see how to tackle this crisis. It's this REPowerEU. So basically, REPowerEU, tomorrow the European Commission will adopt this package, and further on, of course, it needs to be politically endorsed and approved by the member states. It's an important milestone. And among the elements, it's a solar strategy that is put forward by the Commission, and for the first time, the Commission is trying to show how bold Europe should be in boosting all this energy independence towards against Russia, and it's how to say, it's putting forward the permitting in a legislative way. So it's an important aspect to be tackled, and so it's a sign for investors that renewables have an important role, of course, are the main element, the main aspect in creating this independence. I would say last but not least, the fact that if we want to get these opportunities, it's very important to have a legislative framework stable, to be sure that the basis of this creation is done by the full transposition of the current European legislation, mainly the directives, because we are talking about these aspects. And let's say, in particular for renewables, I believe that the health of the grids are a key element for decarbonization, for electrification, and for moving forward.
Thank you,
Thanks a lot.
Razvan. Alexandra, the simplification of permitting. You're doing some very good things in Greece on this, as you have outlined. You're going to reduce the average permitting time from 6 to 7 years to 2 years, in line with the EU rules. Tomorrow, as part of its Repower EU action plan, the European Commission is going to propose that there should be go-to areas for renewables for very fast permitting. What do you think of that?
Giles, I think this is a good step, I think, first of all. The European Commission's attempt, I think, to address such a significant barrier and bottleneck in renewables deployment. And I think that this change of approach could be considered one of the few, I would say, positive outcomes of this crisis and this dramatic situation in Ukraine. Of course, I believe that if we can say that we are all energy technocrats, we are aware, and we were aware much earlier of the urgency of the climate action and the need for a swift energy transition. But I think that now this understanding becomes mainstream. And the people in Europe, they understand now, I think, that our dependence on fossil fuels is not only an energy dependence, but it's a political dependence, or a geopolitical dependence. And they all understand now that the energy transition to renewables is not a luxury, but it is a necessity. It's one way, I think, approach. So with this in mind, I think that this new concept that the European Commission puts in the Repower EU plan, I think that it reshuffles the deck on the issue of public acceptance of renewable projects. And it's true that in most European countries, some projects have to deal with the increased number of reactions from local communities. And of course, it is very important, I think, when investors materialize a project, I think the first thing is to have strong arguments to convince the local societies why it's good for them, why it's necessary for the country as a whole. But I think that there are also some cases that the directive of renewables in the European Commission, they're discussing now how they will revise the directive of renewables. I think that with this in mind, they will allow such projects to benefit from a simplified process. And this is the importance, I think. If we want to fight climate change, if we want to reduce our energy dependence, we must deploy renewables fast and quick. So by overriding public interest renewable projects, I think that it's significant because this will allow to simplify more all this bureaucracy that I'm sure every country faces. But of course, we must take also into account that there are several cases and several projects that might have major adverse effects. So the environmental protection, I think, should remain in this balance. Yes, we need to speed up the processes and renewables, it's positive that they can be considered as projects of public interest. But on the other hand, we should not forget that environmental protection remains also a priority for the countries, and of course we have to protect it. Now, as for the government identified go-to areas, I think that, again, as a first thinking, I would say that it's a concept that I support. And the Commission's idea that member states should first do a mapping exercise to identify what are the appropriate locations for renewable energy installations. I think that this is going to accelerate all the revised EU 2030, I think, renewable energy targets. So by designating the renewable go-to areas, I think, again, their permitting will be simpler and will be faster. And another important issue, I think that they will limit the impact on other uses of land. Land is necessary for various other purposes. So I think it's necessary to have specific areas allocated for this purpose. Of course, it's important to take also into account the benefits of the local societies in these cases. And I have to say that in Greece, we are already implementing this concept. As you know, we are adopting a SWIFT program to remove lignite from Greece by 2028. And I think that this program, even what is happening nowadays, remains in effect in Greece. But our plan for these areas in transition, I'm referring to Western Macedonia in Greece, where for the moment, lignite mines were there and power plants. So the concept of transforming the area with a new production model, but keeping the energy identity of the region and replacing a part of these dirty fossil fuel plants with clean energy, we are already experiencing it. And I think that given that these are government-designated go-to areas for new renewable projects and hydrogen projects, etc., it makes sense. Honestly, and it makes sense because the grid infrastructure is there. It has supported, power plants. The land is there. We have rehabilitated mines, and we have also decommissioned power plants. And the manpower is there. They have a great experience from all these previous years, and what we need now to do is just rescale and upscale all this manpower that will be used for a different project, for different projects. So I think that yes, this can be a great opportunity with enormous synergies. We have to elaborate it a little bit further, but we have also a second situation in Greece, and I'm referring to the offshore wind parks. Our government decided to use the centralized model, exactly as the European Commission will announce tomorrow, with designated areas for such projects. So what we did was to exactly do this exercise, mapping the seas in Greece, and select the appropriate sites, sea sites, in order actually to de-risk the areas. And I think that ultimately this is going to be very useful, not only for investors that they wish to have areas that are free from constraints, environmental constraints, special planning constraints, fisheries constraints, or whatever. And so it's a win-win. It's win-win for them, but it's win-win for the country because we will accelerate, you know, the efforts of commissioning new wind projects in the seas. So we have two case studies, I would say, in Greece, where we have already implemented the go-to areas, and it has been succeeded so far. So I think it's worth trying it.
Well done. That's great to hear. Radoslav, looking at the geography of Bulgaria, do you have an idea of where could be your go-to areas?
In terms of wind energy, the go-to areas are near the seashore. Quite frankly, it's quite clear. And all southern Bulgaria is a go-to area for photovoltaic projects. We currently have quite a lot of inquiries and permitting submissions for photovoltaic projects mostly. Quite a lot of them are in huge areas with good solar irradiation in southeastern part of Bulgaria, where the grid is well developed. Near the coal-fired thermal power plants, there's a well-developed grid, as was mentioned. This is a go-to area where connection could be easily done, and a huge quantity of energy to be transmitted in the energy system. In terms of offshore wind, we have assessed 2 or 3 areas. One of them is quite close to the Bulgarian-Romanian border, and this is a cross-border initiative that we could further develop, and we're eager to move on with talks that have already been initiated in that cross-border initiative and Connecting Europe facility. They should be brought to an end.
You will certainly get strong support from the European Union for any cross-border initiative with any of your neighbours, whether on offshore wind, onshore wind, or solar PV. Clark, what do you think of this idea?
Sorry, Giles.
Razvan, come in, please.
Because I have, if it's allowed, just a personal remark on this go-to area and no-go-to area, because I was reflecting, and with my team in Brussels, we were looking, why don't commissions is saying, considering the big demand and the hunger of projects to be developed and so on and so forth, why is not considering the no-go-to area? Because could be less work and smaller to be identified. We will look more to go-to areas than no-go areas, let's say like this. The other way around, like.
That is a valid question. I think the point is to accelerate permitting everywhere, but to have really fast permitting in the go-to areas. Clark, what do you think of these go-to areas?
So I think we're a supporter of anything that allows minimal time to develop a wind farm. You know, as we've all seen, that when you have a go-to area and then you've got clarity as to where your wind farm's going to be, and you've got a speed of process, then you can start looking at the practicalities of building the wind farm. So that could be the logistics, that could be the routes, that could be the infrastructure that you need to bring in there. And as I said before, clarity and consistency for a supply chain is exactly what you need. And the supply chain is caught a bit at the moment, as you know, Giles. We've got quite a lot of risk that we're holding in our backlog. We've got quite a lot of risk through raw material prices, and therefore anything that can allow clarity, anything that can give us ability to plan ahead, anybody that can help us share that risk and therefore manage that risk has got to be good for our targets within Europe and our targets within the individual countries involved.
Thank you very much for that. Anna, I'm going to give the last word to you. So you set out 4 key principles for investors, both private and public investors like yourselves. What is the one thing you would really like governments in this region in Southeast Europe to be doing to drive the acceleration of renewables?
I think when I laid out those 4 things, it's not just for investors, but I want the governments to hear that these are the priorities that they need to facilitate, correct? So all those 4 things in terms of putting predictable regulatory environment, permitting we are discussing now, looking at facilitating creations of those ecosystems, logistic channels. I think this is not just investors. Investors will do their job, but governments also need to do their job. If, as a bank, I think the value added that we are bringing is not just financing, is the knowledge, is the ability to help build capacity of institutions to actually execute that change. And also we provide inputs to actual development of regulatory frameworks. The Minister of Energy of Romania was mentioning the off-grid law that he's working on. The bank is prioritizing this type of support to bring local capacity to absorb funds, to make these important decisions, how you bring investors, how you create incentives in the market. So to me, if there was one thing that I were to say the bank wants to see, I think that collaboration between industry, between public sector, with very agile institutions and approaches, and let's use this moment. I think we all need to come together to use this moment and leapfrog the industry.
Thank you very much, Anna. Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment, we will take a 15-minute coffee break. Please be back in here at 12:45. But before we go to our coffee, after coffee, we will come back at 12:45 for panel 2. But before we go there, please give a warm round of applause to our excellent panelists from panel 1. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to take your seats. We are ready to start the second panel. You are all warmly invited to join the main conference hall. We are ready to start the second panel. Dear guests, you are again warmly invited to take your seats in the room. The second panel of discussions will start in 1 or 2 minutes, hopefully. Welcome back, everybody. We are now ready to start the second panel of discussion, which will deal with Romania's case study. It is my pleasure to invite on stage the speakers, as well as the moderator, Walburga Hemetsberger.
So, hello again. Not easy to get people back from a fantastic coffee break, but I will maybe tell people, if they hear me outside, that there will be a couple of very interesting announcements you will be missing if you are not joining us. So, question is whether your coffee is worthwhile missing some interesting announcements. I see more people coming in. So, let's get started. We've already heard in the opening and in the previous panel the great opportunities we have when it comes to investing in the region, when it comes to investing in Romania. We now want to give you an overview with the upcoming panel on what concrete plans there are across different sectors. And again, I can only invite those which are still around the coffee tables, that you will be missing something if you are not joining us in terms of announcement. So, 8 speakers in 45 minutes. It's quite a challenge that the organizer posed on me. It will be more of a speed dating, I would say. Very much looking forward to that speed dating. So we will hear from different industries, and I will ask them how they see energy supply, how they see transport evolving in the region, evolving in Romania, what the opportunities are in terms of investments in Romania and what they would need to make their plans being a reality. So I will take you on a journey from leading manufacturers over energy producers, both electricity and fuels, bringing the ones in providing also the service infrastructure, and getting a few from management consultants, with a broader view, and finally ending with the ones who should help us finance all these plans. I will not introduce all of them because we have 8 people at once now, but will introduce everyone as soon as I'm giving you the floor. But I would like to ask you to come on stage with me and let's get this speed dating started to introduce to the audience what you're planning. Please join me. Wow, I've never had a panel with 8 participants in a limited amount of time of 45 minutes. Very impressive. So I will give each and every one of you the floor for 4 minutes. We also agreed that everyone just brings one very, very impressive slide in order to support what you will be telling us. So as I said, I would like to start off with those manufacturing already today in Romania, but also wanting to start to produce in Romania and the region. And I would like to ask you, both Vestas and AstraZan, what exactly the status quo is and what are your plans? And maybe also then what it needs to go forward with your plans. So I would start with Vestas first, and I would like to introduce to all of you William Gaillard, which is Vice President Sales East, Vestas Northern and Central Europe. I hope I got it right. So please, the floor is yours. William, introduce what Vestas is doing in Romania and what your plans are.
Hi, and thank you very much. And I'm very happy to be here in Romania. I'm very happy to finally see people face to face after so much time, going through Zoom calls and Teams and whatnot. So Vestas in Romania has status quo, is first a quite big player in the wind industry. We've been here for many years now, more than 10 years, and we have about 265 employees in Romania, mostly in the maintenance and services sector. We do not manufacture at the moment anything in Romania. And for a good reason. There have not been many wind farms built in the past, or in the recent years, should I say. But we still maintain 1.5 gigawatt, which is half of the capacity installed in Romania. And I would say we are the leader on the market with more than 1.1 gigawatt of Vestas turbine installed. So the rest is actually other manufacturers' turbines that we are servicing today, more than 350 megawatt of them. So for us, it's obviously a big market. For the maintenance, it's also a market where we have, I would say, big ambitions, tremendous hopes, like all of us here, I hope, and the reason why we are all together here today. And we would be happy, of course, to create even more jobs. And I think the first step is to understand what does it take to create those jobs, and where those jobs will be created, and what value can you add to the sector. So there are a few things. Of course, as I said, maintenance, we have 265 people. That's qualified technicians that we have trained, that is usually in, I would say, the local communities that we hire, we train them, and we build, that community aspect, which is sometimes lacking when you build just a big factory full of people putting, I have nothing against that, but, of course, this is a big difference. This is really high-quality jobs. The second thing is, of course, when you build the projects, and that's really a big numbers of people. You know, just to give you an idea, when you build about 100 megawatt, you create jobs for about 18 months to 2 years for maybe 1,000 people in electrical works, civil works, etc. Transport companies, crane operators. So this is a huge amount of jobs that we can create. And last but not least, you create, I would say, a network of companies in industry. Today, even if we're not building anything in Romania, we still spend about 10 million euros every year in subcontractors to bring them outside of Romania. We use crane operators or transport companies, fitters and riggers that have been trained, that have been part of this big effort. When we built all this capacity in Romania 10 years ago, they have the knowledge now, and we have used these contractors outside of Romania for the last years. So there is big potential. Of course, everyone, when we talk about creating jobs, thinks about factories, thinks about building nacelles, building blades, building towers, and so on. I'm not saying it's not important, but I think then it requires different consideration. It requires, obviously, a lot of things that today have been lacking in Romania, which is really a stable outcome, a steady vision on what will this market become and for how long, and obviously without any uncertainty, as I think it was very much mentioned in the previous panel. Because without that, we cannot invest in factories. We cannot invest in the amount of money, which is a huge amount of money, to build those factories, to train the people, if after 1 year we have to close them. That would be impossible. So to be a bit more specific, what does it take for Romania itself?
You still have a couple of seconds to be more specific.
Yeah. What does it take? First of all, I think there is a lot of focus at the moment on the offshore. We hear that the offshore law is coming, and I would say, well, you need to start small to get bigger. And of course, starting on the onshore would be a good first step. You need to ramp up this capacity, not have like 5 gigawatt tomorrow and nothing after, because anyway, no one will be able to do the 5 gigawatt tomorrow like that. It needs to steady build up. And second, aside from the offtake, which is very important from my colleagues here who want to have projects and for me to sell to them, you need a lot of simplification, not just on, for example, the offtake, but on the permitting process, and especially, as an example, on the permitting of transport. Romania is the most expensive country in Europe to transport a wind turbine. Not sure if you know, but you have the Guinness World Record here, because permitting through every town is, I would say, a challenge. There is no clear, streamlined process. The price can vary from one to another. You need a police car in front and at the back of the truck. I mean, if the gigawatts that we ambition have to materialize, you won't even have enough police officers in Romania to just escort the huge amount of trucks that we'll need to build those wind farms. So, you know, just to give you
Thank you very much,
flavor.
and I know that there would be so much more to say, but 4 minutes are very little time, but there's still 7 others who want to use their 4 minutes. Thank you very much. So I note it needs stable regulatory environment. You would be very happy to source in the future and also, you know, upscale in the future in Romania. There's a couple of framework conditions you need. I'm handing over now to Attila Kerestes, CEO of AstraZan. Attila, you have been developing projects, solar and wind in the past, but you might move also into manufacturing. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello? So, thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here with you and have the opportunity to introduce to you our company AstraZan and share with you our next steps in Romanian market. AstraZan was established in 1998 and has opened to the renewable energy market in 2014. In the beginning, we designed and implemented small-scale and large-scale projects, but by the time to the present day, we changed and developed our company profile and added to investment activity. So AstraZan is now operating with around 30 enthusiastic and highly experienced employees and co-workers. Across 5 different locations, we own now 40 large-scale solar power plants. And as we get closer to Romania, nowadays we are actively pursuing acquisitions in Europe. In Croatia, 300 megawatt, Finland, wind project 300, and in Romania, solar projects 1,200 megawatt and wind 300, and also a little bit like 12 megawatt in Hungary. Dear members of Forum, I have 2 important announcements for you today. In one hand, we are ready to step in the stock exchange market. We are working on extremely hard to fulfill our plan until the end of September, and I can tell you that indications are that it will succeed. It has a meaning that, as you will see that interesting journey we are taking part now, you will have the chance to join this group as an owner. On the other hand, we are investing in south-central Romania, implementing and operating 3 factories in solar power technology. These 3 single but interconnected factories which have their own products. The first factory produces wafers, slide silicon. The second, cells from the wafers. And the third, solar panels. The total capacity of the factories is expected to be 2 gigawatt wafers, 1.5 gigawatt cells, and 1.2 gigawatt, or it can be adjusted to larger capacity, of solar modules. We are introducing the latest German advanced technology, and we are in collaboration with the German Research Institute for the latest technology that are available. So the commissioning of the 3 factories will create a total of 300 jobs in-house and create additional 1,200 jobs in the supply chain in the country. These are impressive and high numbers. Of course, to achieve these goals, we need your enthusiasm, support, and real teamwork. So now we are looking for investors. We are looking for well-educated engineers, subcontractors in glass, cable, steel, industrial sectors. Dear audience, Europe is hungry for PV. It needs 30-40 gigawatt of PV production in 5 years. It's clear that the solution is local production. Romania, with this first large-scale investment project, can be the heart of the renewable technology. It's the first step, but not the last. And what we need is to believe in new projects and trust in the future. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to underline what just has been said, we don't have a gigawatt factory of wafers, cells, and modules yet in Europe. And what you're going to do and what you just announced, and if you're very fast, you will be one of the first ones, because I know there's other projects as well in Europe. But this is major, and I think it is very interesting for everyone to know that such an investment is going to happen if all the framework conditions are right in Romania. Thanks very much.
Yes, thank you. So after several research in Europe, we chose Romania, as Romania has now the largest potential for such investments. Like there is labor force here, the infrastructure is high, and the renewable energy sector is booming. So it was the optimal decision to come here.
Okay. Thank you very much. I was just told that there is a slight change in the program, so we're all very flexible. So we don't worry about that. Because I wanted to ask now the off-takers, the big off-takers which we have on the panel, whether they are going to source European, but that has to wait for just 4 minutes, because I understood that we need to ask OMV first. Radu Caprau, member of the executive board of OMV. Because you need to leave, I understand. So happy to be that flexible. And let's move from the electricity sector, but not leave it because we're coming back. And let's move to the broader picture and see how you see the developments further in the broader mobility sector. But also, in the end, everything is linking more and more. Electricity is linking with mobility, is linking with heating. So what is the state of play and how do you see things moving? And maybe you should also mention, because I know that OMV also has some solar panels installed for their own operations.
So you were looking on our strategy. That's good. We appreciate that. But I would, before going on that, I would just mention in 30 seconds, because you talk about the value chain, I would mention in a couple of seconds the existing energy spectrum of Romania, because it was very much actually in the context of all those crises, and we had several crises in the last couple of years. One, it was the pandemic, then it was a shortage last year because of an industry incident, and then this year we're having the crisis. So we have, from the oil perspective, Romania sits on a level where we have approximately 30% local production, 2/3 being imported, and from that 1/3 is coming on from Russia. So what I'm trying to say that if in oil sector you would be having a certain restrictions on a value chain, you can relocate it, we can accommodate other sources, because it's ship coming, so you would have the possibility to generate that. From gas perspective, Romania has an independence of approximately 80% local production, 20% being imported. But here, in case there is a restriction, we would be having a problem because you have the constraint of the pipeline. And if you look to the forecast and to the natural decrease, you will be seeing that in 2030 we are going to have a 50% dependency. So therefore, when you talk about the security of the energy sector, we need to accelerate the investments into the Black Sea, which are generating the full independency for Romania. When you talk about the future, because you want to have a role player as well in the energy of the future, on our strategy, which we communicated end of 2021, we are planning an 11 billion euro investment in the next 9 years, with 3.7 being invested in the new energy solutions. And on the new energy solutions, we are going to focus, as you were just saying, as well on renewable production. We talk about presence in photovoltaic. We are going to talk about the sustainable fuels, which is the biofuels part. On hydrogen, we want to have the 5 green pillars. On hydrogen, we are going to have a role, then carbon capture and storage and use, and electromobility. We see the future mobility as being a mix of energy sources, where the classical fuels are still going to have a significant role for the next period, but considering the obligations that we are going to have till 2030, we have to blend a certain biocomponent. When you talk about the biocomponent, it's going to be biocomponent second generation. The second generation which is produced from the waste left in agriculture. And I will underline here the value that Romania could have here, because we have a very strong agricultural segment, but we have a lot of residues, so we won't go against the food industry that could be used for the production of the biofuels, like for second generation biofuels. Because following the regulation, we will need to have a 3.5% blend in 2030. So that way I would add electromobility. Obviously, electromobility is ramping up all around when you talk about the small vehicles. And definitely from that perspective, we have a clear commitment on enlarging and having the most relevant presence in Romania and having above 500 charging points in 2030. But as well, we want to look around, we want to look out of our network. But I think it's important to have the energy to be renewable, because I was reading a statement of a CEO from a big producer. He was saying that you need 70,000 kilometers drive with an electrical vehicle to offset the CO2 footprint. So it has to be green energy. And Romania has another value here because we have a lot of sun. So therefore the value of the photovoltaic and the contribution on the energy sector from this perspective. I was mentioning gas, and gas could be and has to be the energy transition solution until we can bring everything else that it is green on stream. And gas could have as well another contribution on a blue hydrogen. So the blue hydrogen coming from the gas production, it's another area where we can have a good contribution as a country, and of course the green hydrogen. So I think Romania, if you look to the advantages on a biofuels, on a renewable, and as well on hydrogen from that perspective, could play a very important role in the next period. And we are the energy company of today, but we want to be the energy company of tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very diverse portfolio. Thank you very much for being with us. I understand you need to leave a little bit earlier. I'm bringing the discussion back to the electricity sector. And if you hear a couple of points of other speakers which you find interesting, I can only invite you to refer to them. Even if it's speed dating, we also want to be as interactive as possible. First to you, Eduardo. Eduardo Nieto, Country Manager, Romania of EDPR. What is your state of quo when it comes to investments? What is your pipeline here and in the region? And maybe to link to the previous speakers, are you looking into sourcing European, looking into sourcing Romanian?
Thank you very much. So first of all, thank you for having me here today, and congratulations to the organization for the great event we are having today, we are enjoying today. A little bit of context before going ahead. EDP Renewables Group has currently 14 gigawatts under operation in 4 different countries. Roughly half of it is in Europe, and we have more than 2 gigas under construction right now. We are the 4th player worldwide. EDPR entered in Romania back in 2009, already 13 years ago. And between 2010 and 2013, we were able to develop and build 14 projects, 7 wind and 7 solar, summing up to 521 megawatts that we are still operating. EDPR is the 3rd player in Romania. We are the biggest if we exclude the utilities, the integrated utilities here in the country. And we can feel a big success on our path here in this country. The path wasn't easy. We suffered from a lot of regulatory changes that impacted us throughout the last 10 years. But we stayed in this country. We are staying here with our employees and looking for the future that we are now seeing brighter. We've seen a lot of companies leaving this country, losing the confidence on this country, but we are seeing them now coming back and see for the opportunities that are rising now. In 2019, when we were celebrating our 10th anniversary in the country and throughout the discussions with the authorities, we've identified that some stability was going to come in the near future in terms of regulation. So we have decided to start developing again, not only organic projects, but also screening in the market to look for M&A projects. The path will still not be easy. Okay, we are still suffering from regulatory changes. We are still suffering from the new tax over excess revenues that we are not benefiting from, but we are paying for it. There is a huge delay on reinforcing the grid. There is a lot of limitations in terms of connections, and this is a priority from our perspective. And the authorities at the level of the municipalities we are saying that are overwhelmed. The permitting process is being too long, and they are not issuing the permits on a timely manner. There are many issues in a moment that Romania needs more capacity urgently, and we are bringing here a concept that I've not heard before in this conference that I'm raising here, and it's the hybridization. There is a way of increasing the capacity without the need of requiring more grid, and is attaching a solar project to a wind project or vice versa. You don't need more grid capacity. You will make the system more efficient, and you will lower the balancing costs. And it would be very quick, very simple, and I encourage the authorities to look at this. Something that we've heard a lot is the permitting process. I said that before, it was mentioned by our colleagues here. This is too long. We will hear from Europe soon about the guidelines for reducing and for simplifying the permitting process, but it's something that the Romanian authorities should be focused on. Okay, I thought you had a question.
Yes, I was just about to raise the red card, but
okay, now it's going to be very quick. We are also living a supply chain storm from the producers and from the suppliers. From this point of view, many players in Europe are across the solar value chain. But from Europe, we need more incentives, or they need more incentives. They need more grants in order to develop more in the industry here in Europe. For us, it would be great to buy from Europe all what we need to build our project. So this is something that we can compromise on. First Commerce should benefit from the common incentives. So I encourage as well all the companies thinking about bringing factories to Romania to do it as soon as possible, because they will benefit from being the first. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. So what I take is still a couple of challenges to be overcome, but you see a very bright future.
Yeah.
You are interested in sourcing European. I think what manufacturers would love to see is off-taker agreements, but already being interested, I think, is very important.
We now have PPAs in Romania. We now have, we see in the near future CFDs. We are ready to grow, and we see it coming very, very soon.
Thank you very much. We also have CEZ here, Andrei Safar, country manager of CEZ Romania. Happy to have you here. Same questions to you. What's the status quo? What would you like to invest? What's your pipeline in Romania and maybe also the region around? And would you buy European?
So first of all, Andrei unfortunately was not able to come.
Okay.
My name is Liviu. I'm the renewable business director, so I can speak in his behalf.
Perfect.
Regarding this subject. Regarding, as the panel is named, case study, so actually we're the ones that we can be really called a case study, because as you know, we're still the biggest player in renewable. For us, this journey, which started in 2009, proved out to be a successful one. We really hope that this, as everybody is calling the second wave, should be at least far beyond the initial one, because there is not just a trend, there is now a particular need for renewables to be developed. And referring to the project life, because we need to discuss these horizontal benefits that should be in all the economy areas. So if you go for a project, for example, starting with the land, you will be needing construction companies to prepare it. You will be needing for the grid connection, I don't know, from cable producer, equipment producer, transformers producer, and so far. Then there is part of the value chain and of the suppliers for the producers of both photovoltaics, wind turbines, and all related technologies, where there are producers in Romania that can be part of such suppliers and can be even more. But where I'm heading, there is already a very good industry in what's regarding the maintenance. There is some activities in which we are really good as a country. And here I'm going toward the digitalization. Here I'm going toward some of these needed tools from RPAs and stuff, which should be help all the players to better manage the existing renewables and so. So from my point of view is to refer to a value chain. Indeed, Romania has a strong capacities in some of these areas which I was describing. There is yet some to be built, especially in the part of manufacturing, of being part of the components producers and so. But nevertheless, there is many lessons which we learned from the first wave, let's call it like that. There is now sufficient players, and even here in this meeting room, you know, from developers, trading, investors, equipment producers, and so we are all of us. We should be able to make it work. From my point of view, and I'm closing just with this because there is very short time. If we had 4 gigawatt in the first wave, when there was rather a trend, now there is a need. Let's hope it will be at least double. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So also very, very upbeat. And thanks for respecting the time as well. So we cannot do without infrastructure. All of the further deployment of wind, of solar, needs a lot of infrastructure. That's why I'm very happy to also have someone representing infrastructure, at least also services provided to infrastructure here with us, with Cornelio Bodea, CEO of ADREM. Cornelio, whatever we want to build, we need you, we need what you're doing in order to strengthen infrastructure. One point I wanted to raise from the presentation we heard from Eduardo is that more and more companies are also looking into hybrid, into a hybrid setup, combining wind, combining solar with storage. So probably that's very interesting for you as well. But I want to hear from you, you know, what kind of investments you are looking into, how you are strengthening grids and how you're providing that infrastructure, which is very much needed in order to make the energy transition happen.
Yes, thank you very much. So I would like, because of what I am going to say further, I would like to first start by saying that I'm an optimist. So I'm pretty sure that in, I don't know, from 50 to 100 years from now, we are going to all use 100% renewable energy. And this might be, I don't know, it might be too late if we are closer to 100 years. It might be reasonable if we are closer to 50 years. So I am very committed towards these energy transition projects, and the renewable is the, I think as far as we can see now, the only way to go. But I am recalling a book wrote by a philosopher, conservative philosopher, Roger Scruton, and the book name was The Benefits of Pessimism. So it's not that it's good to be pessimist, but it's good not to be optimist always or too optimist. So that's why I will start by nominating 3 obstacles that I can see now in Romania with respect to the fast development in the renewable sector. And this is, first of all, an obstacle which is rather a momentum one, which is what is happening with the price of the materials. We have many projects, a lot of feasibility studies that are based on values with the materials that are from before the pandemic time. So that will be, I see a huge obstacle in continue financing based on this kind of feasibility study, and I believe that we definitely need a fast and more flexible approach from the financial institutions that are financing these projects in order to overpass this huge increase in the cost of work and materials. And second, we need a fast involvement from the state mainly in order to make more flexible the bidding procedures on European money, but also on state-funded projects. The second obstacle I see is the workforce. It has been mentioned before that there are many and more companies, Romanian companies, that are moving to projects which are in other places in Europe and maybe even outside Europe. And I see a huge problem with the workforce in implementing, being able to build such an incredible amount of renewables as we are planning now in the next 10 years. And this is something which we have to address, and it might become an obstacle if we don't address it very fast. And the third obstacle, it's the level of investment into what I would call flexibility of the infrastructure. And this is, maybe I'm coming closer to your question, is that unfortunately Romania is, didn't spend enough into bringing the transport and distribution infrastructure at a level that we call a smart grid. So we need definitely to improve our investment values and investment pace into developing the grid and making the grid more flexible. This is probably the main reason behind having so huge delays into the permitting and so many problems into avoiding congestion with the grid. Unless we are going to invest fast into what we call smart grid, both for transmission grid but also distribution, we will not be able to support such an increased amount of renewable energy into our grids. So this is the main area where I see that infrastructure owners like DSOs, TSOs should look at. And I see also a massive investment needed into this area in order to facilitate the development of the renewables.
Thank you very much. It's great to have such a positive person on the panel. 100% renewables. That's, by the way, also what we believe in by 2050 already, the latest, hopefully. So let's work all towards this goal. But financing, a more flexible bidding procedures, workforce, and last but not least, also investments in grids, smart grids, and getting that flexibility into the grid as one of the key challenges which have to be tackled. I would like to now turn to Katalin Stanciu, who is Associated Senior Expert at Horvat, because probably you have clients from all kinds of different sectors in the energy field. You're a management consultancy. It would be good to hear from you, from all the different projects you see and which you're advising, what the level of investments are, what it still needs in order to scale up investments in Romania and the region.
Hello, thank you. First of all, I think we should all congratulate the organizers for the great job they did. It's a long time that I haven't seen such a gathering, and it's really extraordinary. I will start with a question that I think is somehow central to any discussion, not only for Romania, but maybe even more for Romania for reasons that I will explain. And the question is, why RES? Apparently, it seems that everybody knows the answers. Well, I think it makes sense to recap a bit why we need RES now. And that's simply because, historically speaking, we are in a country where we used green certificate as incentive scheme, and that brings a funny effect on RES. Most of the people that look in the bill, they think they are paying more energy, a bigger price for the energy because of the RES that is taking per megawatt hour in the bill. And it's simply to say that maybe that was the history, but from now on things are completely changed, at least for 3 reasons. So the key message is you should look to RES, and I'm not talking about the specialists, that's not the case, as the best option we have, at least in Romania, for the following years. And for this, I would kindly ask the organizers and you to bear me with one slide, because something like that should be somehow be proven with some figures. So please, if we have the slide.
I've seen the slide, so I know it exists.
Okay, it doesn't matter. The key 3 arguments are the following. When you normally look to a future when obviously you'll have a much higher demand, and that is a bit unusual for the historic development in any industry. And I remember years ago in a big European company that nobody was believing that we'll have higher demand in power, and I'm talking about some 5 to 7 years ago, no more than that. Now we are looking to a demand that, at least for Romania, and I think that's not the only situation, it's really blowing up. Many forecasts, but if you look to our national energy and climate change plan and to EU scenarios, and we are looking to 70 plus terawatts by 2030. We are now at 55, last year 57, but that was a special year. So that it's quite unusual. On the other hand, we have quite an old generation fleet, excepting RES developments that had happened until 2014, and one big CCGT development in OMV Petrom. Unfortunately, almost nothing came on the supply side. So, high demand, no generation fleet. And then the question is, well, how do you go on? In my opinion, at least, and hopefully you'll agree with it, you need at least 3 criteria. First, and that is the lesson we learned from 24th of February, you should look to raw materials in this industry, so the fuel that can't be controlled by oligopolistic players. Because if you take that risk, you see what is happening. So you have gas and oil prices that are blowing up. And basically you have no way out if you have industries that are closing the merit order on fossil fuels. Even if now we are talking about more coal, is no way to solve it other ways, but we still should not forget that CO2 prices, we had recently 90 plus. Second, is the price of the technology. To whatever international study you'd look, it's very clear that both levelized cost of energy and the variable cost, which basically gives the merit order and the price in the market, is by far the best for the RES technologies.
I would also need to ask you to speed up a little.
Yes. And third is the fact that in any country where you close the merit order, so you basically get a price in the market with fossil fuels, you should calculate the future positions. In any calculation you do, it's a pity that we don't have the slide, but you'd see, now we have it, I'll try to very fast go through it. So it's a basic scenario that we are working with. We are making twice per year a kind of modeling for all Romania supply, demand, prices, etc. And you have the down right corner, you have a scenario where if we would move from the target in 2030, which is roughly 7 gigawatts in Romania according to our national plan, to the same capacity in 2025, the result, there are a lot of supposition behind, so please don't take the figures as future prices of the energy, but we would get basically reduction in the energy price from almost 90 to 75. 75 in real terms is the price of the 2020 plus inflation. So it would be back with that capacity to prices that we were used to 2019 and 2020. Why? Because of the variable cost of the energy that is basically pushing out the more expensive technologies. I will stop here because that is the time. Hopefully it's more time for some details in that. Thank you.
Indeed, and I'm sure that there's a lot of people in the audience who want to exchange with you. Indeed, we would love to hear more from you, but that's the time frame we have, 4 minutes for each and everyone. And we still want to give also the room for the last speaker. We have Florian Neagu, who is, and I'm not sure whether I'm pronouncing the name rightly, Vice President Financial Stability Directorate in the National Bank of Romania. And I mean, we have all been waiting for your intervention because, you know, when we were discussing before, everyone said like, oh, he is the man who is printing the money and who is, you know, providing us for the money we need for the investments. So, you know, you've heard all these plans. What can the National Bank do to support all these plans and to take these forward?
Thank you, Valborga. I would like to share with you some updates about a project that started almost 1 year ago under the umbrella of the National Committee of Macroprudential Oversight in order to foster green financing. And we acknowledged 1 year ago that banks are not aware that the green agenda, the European green agenda, would bring a lot of challenges, but also opportunities. Therefore, we convey to all the banks in Romania and also all the largest non-bank financial institutions a request to revisit their governance, their strategy, their risk management, their transparency policy in order to be aware about the challenges that are ahead and also to foster green finance. And I think we have there are good prerequisites that we will see an increase in green lending in the next period because the signals we grasp from the financial system is that the top management is more aware that in the past, and they build the infrastructure in order to start financing. Also, we would like to have, along with us in this project, the major international financial institutions, EBRD, European Investment Bank, IFC, World Bank, and because they have a lot of resources and a lot of expertise on green finance. Therefore, we ask them formally to revisit the strategy for Romania in order to put more emphasis on green financing. And the authorities met with each and every, this IFI I've mentioned, and they were quite open to embark more in Romania on this avenue of financing. Therefore, we think also on this channel, the volume of increasing lending will go upward. The third, and this is the last element I would like to say, it's what I've already heard in the previous panel and also among many of our speakers. It's about how we use this European green agenda in order to more value added. The way the things are looking right now, there are many projects in the next decade to be on green investment, but a lot of these projects most likely will be financed from abroad, and a lot of these projects will be bought also from abroad, from imports. And even although this type of behavior might be efficient at the microprudential perspective, at a micro-firm level in the short run, this will increase the macroeconomic disequilibria we already have, will increase the external debt, both public and private, and will increase the current account deficit. Romania right now has among the largest current account deficit in Europe. And this upward trends in the macroeconomic disequilibria, there is a risk that will affect in the medium run the purchasing power of the household and the firms, and will affect the business for everybody, and might bring some instability in the legal framework. And we already face it in the last years, this uncertainty about changes in the legal perspective. Therefore, our thoughts in this committee I've mentioned is that we have a lot of resources within the country, both financial and economic, in order to take benefits from this European Green Agenda within the European and regional and Romanian perspective. It is very true that the primary objective, and this is my last idea, the primary objective goes to the authorities in order to ensure these macro balances, although this will affect also all the companies. And we flagged in this committee that the authorities might embark upon two measures. The first one, to have an industrial policy for the most competitive sectors in Romania, in line with the digitalization and green perspective from the European industrial policies. And the second, and this is also very important, that was highlighted also in the previous panel, to try to attract some value chains that are now abroad into the region and into the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So a clear call on policymakers to provide incentives to produce locally, to bring back supply chains to Europe and to Romania more particularly. A clear call also of more generally sourcing local. I think you mentioned it, William, at the beginning, that you want to also source locally. Thanks very much. And then finally, the financing, which is also a very important part of it. Maybe that can be coupled somehow, also from your perspective. I need to close here. I think we're already running slightly over time. Thanks very much, everyone, trying to stick to the 4 minutes almost, which we had for everyone. It was great to see that, at least that's what I felt, that there is a wind of change, that you are very much looking bright into the future. There's a couple of challenges which still need to be overcome, and I'm sure some policymakers are still here in the room with us and heard your concerns and the needs you have. Thanks very much to all of you. It was a very interesting discussion. And I'm sure that there's a lot of food for thought for, I think, the lunch break we will have now to discuss further with the audience and among each other. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you very, very much for your attention. Lunch is ready. It's right across the room. It's an 1 hour and a half break, so we're going to wait for you back at 2:30, 3:30. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone has enjoyed a delicious lunch. Here we are in panel 3, Stronger Together, the value of a collaborative European approach, which is going to be moderated by the one and only board member of the Romanian Wind and Solar Energy Associations, Andrei Mana.
I kindly ask the panelists to come to join me in this beautiful and last panel. Oh, here.
Oriunde, nu?
So I think we can start. First of all, enjoy your coffees, don't worry. So, an old saying, and I don't know if it is Romanian or it is international, says that the more we are together, we can accomplish easier tasks or different tough, say, things. And I think it's the case also for renewable industries, because we are facing new challenges, and it's not about being alone now. We have to be together in this period in order to have the suppliers, to have the investors, the developers at the same table in order to try at least to achieve the targets which are, I think from tomorrow, more ambitious. So I will start with Walburga. Thank you, first of all, because we know it was difficult to be here with us here. Thank you for this. Having in mind that in this period we are hearing about new targets on PV, we are hearing about strategies on PV. Today we had also a very good news related to potential investment in the production of solar panels or solar infrastructure for PV panels. I think we have, let's say, a clear path in our front in what we have to do from one point of view. But in the same time, these new targets are putting a pressure on the industry, because the majority of the components needed for the PV industry are not made in Europe. And now the Commission is asking us to start developing fast an European supply chain. What do you think? What the Solar Power Europe is thinking about this incredible challenge what we have fronting in front of us?
Thank you very much again for being here and being moderated by the one and only as you were presented. So a pleasure. Let me, before I answer your question, let me just also emphasize once more that it is incredibly important to be all together, and hence I'm very happy that we are here all together, because it's not only about the supply chains in a sector which have to join forces. It's also about all of us, solar and wind, having to join forces in order to make sure that this energy transition is going into the right direction as fast as possible, and that we're not making any detours in investing in technologies which will not be there in the future anymore. And that is for sure, because solar and wind by now are the cheapest. We've heard that already many times today. So now, yes, how can we source European? When it comes to solar, maybe I should start with saying that solar is the cradle of PV. Has always been, it has been upscaled in Europe, but it has been upscaled in Europe, and still we do have many parts of the supply chain in Europe. We have a very strong global player when it comes to polysilicon. We have, for example, inverter companies who are global players, tracker companies. We have a thriving research community. The inventions are still made in Europe. We are together with, by the way, South Korea and Japan. Europe is on top of all the inventions in the sector, so that's a community we need to keep. And all of that makes, and one last thing is that we still have the whole value chain in Europe. I think this is a very important point to make, because if you look at the US, they also try to restart an industry in the US, and they have to start from zero in some elements of the supply chain. So this is the advantage we also have in Europe. Now, when it comes to all the different parts of the supply chain, it is true that on some parts we are heavily depending on sourcing these parts from outside of Europe and China more particularly. So there's no question we need to reshore these parts of the supply chain and really every part of the supply chain to Europe, because it's not just a question of diversification. And we've seen during the pandemic the bottlenecks we can run into when it comes to transport, when it comes to sourcing some parts of the supply chain. But it is also creating a lot of value for Europe. Now, to give you an idea what we are aiming at. So, and to put that also in perspective of the growth we see. Globally, we just launched our global market outlook. As you know, we have 1 terawatt of solar today. In only 3.5 years' time, we will have 2 terawatt of solar installed globally. So we're looking at huge quantities of solar which are going to be installed. So what we already see today is that the Chinese producers are scaling up, but we want to have a slice of that tart, of that cake. So we are aiming at 20 gigawatt of solar capacity by 2025. Very likely the European Commission is going to follow us tomorrow in the solar strategy to have 20 gigawatt, and that's what we're aiming at, 20 gigawatt along the whole value chain of all elements produced in Europe. And with announcements like the ones we've seen today, with Enel as well building a factory and has also already the funding for it from the Innovation Fund, from the European Innovation Fund. And there's a couple of other projects I would be able to name. With all of these, I think it's realistic to get to 20 gigawatt, but to also put that in perspective, that's also only a fraction of what we're going to install in Europe. And I mentioned the figures in the very beginning.
Great, thank you very much. So there is not, let's say, the zero starting point. We have developed value chain in Europe, but we have to work more in order to be fitted in order to achieve those targets. Thank you. Giles, you have been with us also in the period when renewables in Romania are not on the spotlights. I think, if I remember correctly, in 2018, your first time when we have the Energy Transition Conference. From that moment to now, we changed a lot. We have clear targets, clear ambitions, but it's not only in Romania. It's clearly a global scale. So we are seeing this also at the wind producers in their timeline for delivering the wind turbines. For our audience, to be more clear, we are speaking about years. So now, with these new targets in place, with these new ambitions, do you think that the European production value chains for wind industry is prepared or already has plans in place in order to tackle this? Because let's think more in depth about this. we have also offshore now, ambitions, clear ambitions related to targets, and at the same time, with the increased number of wind turbines, we'll need for sure in the operation and maintenance period a lot of spare parts. So a lot of things to be achieved. What do you think about this?
Thank you, Andre. Europe today has 250 factories that are manufacturing wind turbines or components for wind turbines, both onshore and offshore. They are spread all over Europe. The factories making onshore wind turbines or components for them are today working at only 50% capacity because we are not building enough new onshore wind farms across Europe today because of the permitting bottlenecks. We can, in theory, double the amount of new onshore wind farms we are building with the existing supply chain that we have. We just operate it at full capacity instead of half capacity. For offshore wind, it's different. The factories we have today are working not quite at full capacity, but we need more of them, and we need to expand the existing offshore wind turbine factories if we're going to help Europe meet its goals for the massive expansion of offshore wind. We may well need to build new factories for onshore wind turbines as well. That's the physical picture in terms of how the factories are operating. Now let me give you the financial, the business picture of how Europe's 5 main wind turbine manufacturers are operating. Answer, not very well at all. All 5 European wind turbine manufacturers are operating at a loss today. Why? Well, the market is only 1/2 of the size that it should be because of the permitting bottlenecks, so they don't have the economies of scale they should have. The wind farm developers are competing more aggressively against each other for that reduced market, for the smaller pie. They bid very competitively against each other in government auctions in order to win the right to build new wind farms. The winning auction prices are therefore lower in many cases than they should be, and it's very difficult for the wind turbine manufacturers to make turbines at those low prices that are winning the auctions. Add to that the fact that many of the input costs have gone up in the last year. Steel prices, nickel, aluminium, bunker fuel has gone up, so shipping costs have gone up. Add to that the dysfunctionality in global supply chains, and the cost of making a wind turbine is higher today than it was 2 years ago. And it's very difficult for the wind turbine manufacturers to make a profit. And therefore today they are, all 5 of them, operating at a loss. How do we solve this problem? Number one, we sort out the permitting, as we have discussed this morning, and the EU gets it on permitting now. There'll be a lot on this in Repower EU tomorrow. National governments get it on permitting as well. I'll tell you one short story to illustrate how national governments are getting it on permitting. In Italy, any public authority can put its hand up and say at any stage of a wind farm permitting process, we don't like that wind farm, stop. Any public authority that is defined in Italian law as a sovrintendenza has the right to do this. Result, chaos. There is a sovrintendenza for national heritage. There is one for churches. We all love churches and national heritage, but we don't like it when there's a long permitting process which is coming nearly to the end, and suddenly one of these guys puts their hand up and says no. And we didn't know this was coming, and they've no fixed deadline for their comments. Mario Draghi learned that this was happening, and at a weekly meeting of all of the ministers in the Italian government, he said to the culture minister, you are blocking 418 megawatts of onshore wind farms. That's not good do we all collectively, the rest of us, agree that you should unblock them? And they all said yes. And so they were unblocked in one single meeting. And that's illustrating the new political dynamic on permitting. But it ain't just about permitting. We've got to reshore, as Valburga has said. We're importing a lot of components and materials for wind turbines from China. The EU wants us to reshore that. We want to reshore it as well. We need more investment in innovation to keep our technology edge over the Chinese. And we need support for export. Thank you.
Thank you, Giles. Martin, thank you that you accepted our invitation.
Thank you.
We know that the organization is conducting different studies in South and East Europe related to energy and climate supply security, and also related to foreign influence in our area, but also you done last year a study about the potential of the offshore wind in the Black Sea. Now, the main topic of our event is related to the supply chain, to the European supply chain. Having in mind this your work which you are doing, what is your opinion going to the bottom of the supply chain, the raw materials, which, as we already know, we're not always in countries which have stable political climate, let's say at least. And at the same time, we know it's a shortage related to raw materials. So this overlapping, it's putting us a lot of pressure in the same time, and also question about the sustainability of the supply chain. What you can say about us?
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. I know that it's a bit weird to have a think tanker among business leaders, but we are living in these historic times in which basically we need macro decisions, we need long-term decisions, and we need to figure out how the energy transition will be consistent with the existing and future energy and climate security risks. My organization is developing right now a European index of energy and climate security, which would help the EU compare and contrast and shame different member states in the field of security of supply, vulnerabilities, energy poverty, sustainability issues, because we don't really know how each country compares to each other, because we're all hiding behind these national strategies that few people understand and few people know how they're determined. So we need a common EU instrument to know what's going on. But Russia is the most important thing right now, and everyone is talking about how to reduce the reliance on Russia. But the next big thing in energy and climate security risks would be our dependence on metals, mineral resources, rare earths, coming mostly from authoritarian countries, including China, but not only China. A number of countries with unstable governments, dictatorial regimes, where the West in general, not only the EU, has little influence and little leverage over decision makings. So the EU needs to really get its work together and find a common approach towards these governments and a common strategy that actually fosters and enables these energy transition pathways that you have described, because they're very, very ambitious. So there is a new kind of paradigm of security of supply that goes beyond oil, gas, electricity, and coal that we need to develop. Otherwise, we'll just fail with this goal. I'm sorry to be the devil's advocate here. We need 600 million metric tons of metals by 2050 in order to achieve a lower temperature rise and global warming. In order to get that amount of metals, we need to develop all the existing reserves in Africa, Asia, Latin America. We need to work more constructively with China, which means, on the one hand, reduce our dependence, but on the other hand, find a way to level the playing field so that Chinese companies are also kind of part of this decarbonization push, because we risk alienating some of these countries, including China, and then get into a zero-sum kind of power situation, which would probably undermine the viability of this transition process in general. So so what is the fifth element? If we have 4 elements of energy and climate security, which is geopolitics, reliability of supply, affordability, so how expensive is energy and everything, how sustainable it is, we have a fifth element that the EU doesn't really get yet, which is good governance and consistent governance. So in order to achieve that, we need better planning of policies, better planning of targets. We have tried to study how the energy transition pathways compare across different countries in the framework of the national recovery and resilience plans, for example. And we saw how basically these path dependencies that countries pursue prevent a coordinated common approach. So there is a need for better EU-wide governance that is implemented on local level. That's the only way we can compete with players like China. Just one interesting fact, while we are all zooming in on Ukraine and Donbass, in April in Italy, the first offshore wind energy plant was commissioned, and it's a Chinese one, Chinese-based. It's an important milestone for China in the offshore wind industry in Europe. This shows that this is probably a part of a longer-term strategy. We need to know how to respond to that. Because yes, you're very optimistic on European manufacturers, but you know the Chinese are coming, as the joke goes. So, and they'll try to compete for EU funds. They'll try to compete with EU manufacturers. They'll provide cheaper prices. We have been hearing that despite global supply chains being really stretched out and really delayed, clients and developers would prefer to wait much longer for the supply to come from China because the cost is much lower. So how can we boost the competitiveness of European manufacturers? It should be a mix of tax incentives, subsidies, but also boosting the innovation potential in general, because a lot of the money right now, especially in the national recovery and resilience plans, and I'm talking specifically about Southeast Europe, is about consuming technologies, basically buying existing technology. And this is not the right way to really transform the economies towards a common decarbonization pathway. So we need to develop local capacity for innovation, also in Southeast Europe, so we don't get locked in expensive technology that we don't really know how to operate, and we rely constantly on external influence. So these are some of the issues. I would love to answer more specific questions, and I'll ask you at the end of May to look at our European Energy and Climate Security Risk Index, and we'll be happy to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. A very interesting point of view. Practically, what you are saying is we have a double trouble now. On one hand, we don't have an enough developed European supply chain, and on the other side, the wind producers from outside Europe are coming more aggressive here, if I understood correct. Okay, thank you. Now, coming to my dear friends, Adi and Mihai. First of all, I want to congratulate you for this very, very beautiful event. Congratulations. I know it was not easy, and I hope you're not going to stop here. And it's just the beginning of a new period of development of renewables in Romania. Taking this in consideration and also having in mind the first wave of renewables in Romania, when we know very well that the country didn't took much from the investment, direct investment, now I'm asking you what can we do different in order not to do the same, to do it in the same way. And also, we are speaking today about a lot of new opportunities and targets and so on, but when are we going to see practically the construction started in large scale for wind and PV? Adi?
Thank you very much, Andrei. Another warm welcome from my side, even though it's close to the end, I would say. But just it's another step on our way on developing wind and solar renewables in general in Romania. I was thinking how to start or where to continue the discussions, and I will start by sharing with you two secrets. We had in our board of the Wind Association 2 years ago 2 dreams. First dream was to install our Renew Academy, and this is one point I'm going to discuss on. And second point was today's topic, to develop or to support or be alliant or just bring together all interested stakeholders in order to develop the value chain in Romania. I do remember back in 2008, there were pretty much no manufacturers of wind energy in general in Romania. So we as CEZ were forced to really buy from abroad different stuff, and we were working with 500 different nationalities workers. So today is very much different. So these are the two secrets. I start with the first one because it was not said today by now too much about what about specialists. We are developing the value chain, but what about the people? What about the specialists, the teams working on that? So I can proudly say, and maybe part of you knows that we developed some kind of academy to reconvert the miners into specialists in wind and solar. We have already up and running the pilot. It's already there, and we are focusing on developing even more. So we are heading something like 5,000 specialists during the very next years to be available for the market, not only for Romania, but also for Europe. And this is one goal, and I think it's important to say that besides, on top of equipment and value chain we are developing, we have also the people necessary, and also having the accreditation to work for different big manufacturers, rather either wind turbines or solar panels or whatever. And this is very important, not only for us, but for the region. This is one. The second one is about the RESinvest, as we are calling the concept, and this is how to develop this value chain. We did it on the way, but it was nothing like coordinated, you know. We are talking like mostly in the conferences, you know, authorities are coming, not always the same, investors are coming, not always the same. Also manufacturers, they are always there listening, as we heard from Siemens. And this is a good sign, by the way, that they are listening to our needs. And also association and so on. And what our idea was to bring together everyone, to try to connect, to have or to install a network, everyone to know about the other, and also having the contacts to try to develop. And I'm sure, because we heard pretty much the entire morning that there is a will at the EU level. This is transposed into national, let's say, legislation and willingness to invest, to develop, to increase in reality the renewables in terms of production. We have the resources, we have the external pressure coming from Russia, you know, the conflict, and everything is aligned in order to really not only start, but to develop and to have it implemented, this concept, as soon as possible. We are facing, or will be very soon facing, the next winter. We know that, you know, we are giving up to oil and gas coming from Russia. The entire Europe is doing the same. We are lucky as Romania having some internal gas. We have the electricity, but still we are net importer of electricity for the last 2-3 years. So this is putting additional pressure to quickly install, commission, and run additional capacity of electricity production. And the quickest way to do it is, of course, the solar first, then the wind, and then the others, like conventional stuff, is coming. And nuclear, it's like very, very, you know, long time to be commissioned, given the environmental and so on requirements. So what we can do for the next winter, for the next year, for the next few years, is to try to align and to secure the finance for new renewables, to have all the available value chain. And luckily, we have here and there few flowers in this spring here in Romania. We are benefiting out of the support from the EU. And of course, the others like China, as we heard, are knocking on our doors, trying to enter. It's nothing, we know, Europe, it's Europe. This is the old continent, the civilized one, and of course, some of, or most of the, if we talk about solar, but also about wind, there are components coming from China, so we cannot deny that. But the better is to have it here in Europe, to have it in Romania, even better. Why? Because we all know about the delivery times, which increase few times. From months is years, from years is some years, right? For the equipment. So if we would like to quickly invest and have them commissioned, the investments, then we need to secure the equipments and also to have them in place and be operated. So this is what we aim with this development of the value chain here in Romania. First, to reduce to maximum the delivery time. Of course, first is quality. And also the price. Have we heard from different sources, the price is coming, solar panels coming from China or elsewhere. The prices are never sure because of pandemic, because of the war and so on. They are coming late and they are coming more expensive. I will share with you a situation. One was signing the contract, paying the advance payment, of course, delivery time 3 to 4 months. It came after 8 months with the offer saying, we have the panels for you. It was the solar one. But by the way, the price is 40% more. If you don't take it, there is another one in the queue. So these are situations we would not like to face. We as investors, we as consumers, even authorities, I think that we are all aligned. So that's why we'd like to really not only promote, support, aggregate, consolidate, give a help hand, whatever, to have them up and running here. I have many stories to share with you, but I don't want to be the only one talking this afternoon. Thank you very much, Andrei. It was really a team offer, teamwork, team result, as always, in our board. I can also proudly congratulate RPIA and Patres, and with the support of Solar and Wind Europe, of course, we made it. We have this beautiful event. We have you very close to us, and we hear your minds and hearts, and I can say that we have the same speed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adi. Mihai?
Yes, Andrei. What can I say? What a day. And at the end of this day, what I want to say that we managed to successfully realize is that we are all together. We are all together here today after 2.5 difficult years. And looking at the room, I'm looking at the room and, well, knowing that it was full a couple of hours ago, no worries about that. But we are all here together. We are, as the panel title says, stronger together. And at the end of the day, you are the value chain. You are the value chain of this sector. Of course, now we have to develop it. But that's a great starting point. The ones that are here in the room today, the ones that are here on stage today, we are stronger together. So I guess I'm the last speaker of a wonderful long line of speakers, and I get the chance to be able to summarize just a bit. We heard today about great plans for the European Union to repower itself through renewable energy. And we're going to have a big announcement tomorrow that's going to change. It's going to be a tectonic shift in EU policy regarding solar and wind energy. Then we'll have the EU solar strategy as well. So we'll have ambitious targets. We have a very large market here in Romania, but in the region as well. And we have a lot of stakeholders from the region. We have the European associations here on stage. We have the largest European turbine producers here with us. We have announcements for new manufacturing capacities for solar PV in Romania. We have the authorities that are saying that funding is here, funding is available. And we also have challenges, of course. We have challenges related to delays in the supply chain. We have challenges related to the grids. We have challenges that are related to the necessary workforce. As Valburga was saying earlier, Romania is supposed to be the 6th market in Europe in terms of job creation by 2025. 2025 is just around the corner. But on the other hand, we have solutions as well. As Mr. Borota was saying earlier, we have one of the most ambitious training centers for reskilling people to work in the wind and solar industry. And above all, we have you. We have the business that wants to develop here in Romania. And if everybody's talking about a new wave of developments, a new wave of business in Romania, let's try to avoid having a new wave, because waves come and go. Let's start building together a healthy stream of investments for the upcoming 3 decades at least, because we need to reach climate neutrality by 2050. In the power sector, we will reach it much earlier. We have the technology. We are facing challenges on the geopolitical situation with Russia. We have to secure our, to ensure our energy security, and we have the means to do it. The technology is here. We don't need new technology to do that. Because we are here talking about how we can reduce our gas dependency. I'll give you one example, because we kind of avoided this topic. Romania uses a lot of hydrogen in industry, and today it's gray hydrogen produced from fossil gas. If Romania would switch from gray hydrogen to green hydrogen today, produced from renewables, from solar and wind, taking into account all the expenses, it would need around 4 billion euros to replace this demand of gray hydrogen with green hydrogen. Even more, if you have a look at the quantities, Romania uses 22 terawatt hours of gas for producing this gray hydrogen. You know how much gas Romania imports from the Russian Federation? Indirectly, it's 23 terawatt hours. So basically, if we just switch to green hydrogen produced from wind and solar, then we're off Russian gas. Plus, we can replace a lot of our gas power plants which are sometimes inefficient with renewables, with wind and solar, plus storage. The solution is here. The government says that the funding is here. The interest is here. So let's make it happen. There's nothing stopping us. And last but not least, there's nothing stopping us in reshoring the manufacturing industry back to Europe, where it belongs, where it started. PV started in Europe. The intellectual property is here in Europe. Wind started in Europe. The intellectual property is still here in Europe. Why can't we bring it back? And I think Romania is one of the biggest countries in the region, and one of the countries that can cooperate very well with its neighbors, because as I said before, and as the panel says, we're stronger together. We can develop together in front of these challenges. Well, Romania, Bulgaria as well, can host and will host manufacturing capacities. And I think this is one of the key conclusions, perhaps, from today. We are all focused on making this happen. So there's a lot of work ahead of us, but we don't lack anything. We don't lack ambition, we don't lack funding, and we don't lack, the willingness to make it happen. So let's do it. We will be able to do it if we act together as a team, because there's a lot of opportunities lying ahead of us.
Thank you, Mihai, for this comprehensive summary, and also for the message of go to action. Indeed, you're right. This is the perfect moment for us, for the industry, for Europe. We have all the prerequisites in order to do it. So let's do it. we are getting closer to the end of this conference. I will take the opportunity to give to our panelists 1 or 2 minutes in order to express their final thoughts related to this day and also maybe related to what will come tomorrow from the European Commission, the new plans and ambitions. Walburga, please.
I'm supposed to start. I see Giles already taking the microphone, so I'm leaning back. Yeah, what is supposed to come? So REPower and the solar strategy have been mentioned already a couple of times. There will be a guidance on PPAs. There will be a guidance on permitting. We will also see some legislative proposals being put forward, which are greatly helping both the wind and the solar industry, with some go-to areas and overriding public interest, which will be proposed. So from the outside, it's looking bright, but then still we need to see the final texts. And we're very much looking forward to tomorrow. Will be a very, very important day, milestone. And we hope we have some very, very good news tomorrow. On the supply chains, I think it's already set that we will see some very concrete proposals from the European Commission when it comes to reshoring manufacturing, PV manufacturing to Europe. So this has been confirmed from several sides. Also, their question is how much into the details the European Commission will go, but we are very forward-looking. Maybe just to react to 2 things which have been said here on the panel, because I found it very interesting. The other interventions, one thing on jobs and on this initiative you've started on reskilling, just to mention that we also started a major job initiative with a job trade fair and a job platform, and it would be great to cooperate on that. We already have secured cooperation with some major universities in Europe, so it would be nice to explore some, talking about being all together and strengthening our links to talk about that. Raw materials, yes, we need to have a strategy, that's for sure. Fortunately, we're not so much dependent in solar, but when we look at batteries and other parts of the new energy world, there definitely needs to be a strategy. On subsidies and taxes for supply chain, I would disagree. That's also what the major project promoters we're representing are telling us. We do not want to show the public, or we do not want to give the impression to the public that we want to run on subsidies. We want to be globally competitive. We just need the right framework conditions, and that's really up to policymakers to provide the right framework conditions, provide financing, give a mandate to the European Investment Bank, for example, use the Innovation Fund, which has been already used, and I'm going to wrap up because I think the others also want to have this 1-2 minutes, and I want to wrap up with using one picture you gave me and adding 2 others. I really do think that there's a new wind here in Romania. That's at least what I feel, and we are, right at the start of a new era. We should have no waves, but a stream, talking with another renewable technology. And to end with let the sun shine on the energy transition here in Romania and also in the wider area. And thanks very much again. It was a fantastic event, a great organization, and I would love to be back anytime soon.
Thank you, Walburga. Giles?
Working together. Countries have to work together, yes, like Romania and Bulgaria on offshore wind. Technologies have to work together just off the coast of Southeast Europe in the Adriatic. There's a fantastic offshore wind floating solar project being developed by the Italian company Saipem, 550 megawatts in total. It will connect to Ravenna with electricity initially and then hydrogen. Industries need to work together, like wind and coal industries are working together in this country under the excellent leadership of Monson on the reskilling of coal miners. By the way, Romania leads the way in Europe on the reskilling of coal miners to work in renewables. That is fantastic. And there's one final aspect of working together, which is industry with government and industry with society. Now, Martin,
you said something about China wants to contribute to this transition as well. Well, I say two things to that. First, want doesn't always get. Secondly, I don't care what the Chinese industry wants. I care about what European citizens and European society wants. And they want jobs and growth. They've got families to feed. European governments want jobs and growth. And the citizens, if huge investments are going to be made in the energy transition, they want to know kind of that this stuff is made in Europe, and the contract between the industry and governments and society to ensure that all of this transition is made in Europe is our top priority.
Thank you, Giles. Martin?
Well, the most difficult thing to do here at this conference is to speak after Giles. He's the most inspiring energy transition leader I've ever heard. Well, I'm always more skeptical and pessimistic. That's by nature. You know, the REPower EU is really a tectonic moment for European energy and climate security, but it's also a trap. It could be also a trap because exactly because there is no consistent governance on EU level, and different member states are pulling the rug towards themselves, depending on their concrete, specific vulnerabilities and policy interests and oligarchic interests, etc. We might risk having a very good plan announced tomorrow that will be then destroyed by member states and repatched in a way that doesn't really achieve the goal. So we need to really be very conscious and aware, wary of one very important thing, which is, let's not forget that the lowest hanging fruit is coal phase out. We are not done yet. There are many coals, especially in this region, to preserve coal now with a changed geopolitical situation. And so this is the time to, reiterate the logic that coal phase out combined with renewable energy powered electrification of the whole society and economy is the right way forward. And we have the funding, as everyone said. We have the mechanisms, we have the technology for that. So we need to stop these political instincts and these governance instincts that are very, very vital and very, how can I say, energy intensive in Southeast Europe to prevent this process from happening. So, this means data-driven assessments, constantly bombarding the media with them to prevent decarbonization myths. Mikhail mentioned how we are stronger together and that the whole room here is powering the energy transition. Well, there's so powerful decarbonization myths on the other side that are still capturing a large segment of our societies, not only Southeast Europe, all across Europe. So we need to be aware of that and try to be proactively engaging the society about that, because otherwise we are in an echo chamber, and an echo chamber rarely produces comprehensive results. So we should be trying to engage the whole society about how it will benefit out of the transition and how everyone can be included really in that. Thanks.
Adi, Mihai, I will ask you directly, both of you, Adi and Mihai, what's next? What are you going to do further with this RESinvest concept? What are the next steps planned by the associations?
You took us by surprise, Andrei, with this question. Tomorrow, the REPower EU package is coming out. We notice that, I will refer to Romania today on this stage. I know we are stronger together, but let's just have a snapshot of Romania. Our political ambition in terms of renewables is about 2 packages behind Europe. So you're asking what happens next? We basically get back to work tomorrow together with the Wind Energy Association, with the industry, and try to bring us back to Europe. Because in Europe, climate and energy security objectives are finally converging. Romania is part of Europe. And this is what we are going to start to do from tomorrow. everybody. Bring Romania back to the same level of European ambition in the field of renewables, climate policy, energy security policy. And more specifically, we're going to start meeting people. We're going to start to explain them once again the benefits of renewable energy, which are now updated. We are going to start explaining them how renewable energy produces value for the society and for the economy. And we are going to start explaining them, or continue explaining them, that we should finally take advantage of what the technology has to offer to the Romanian society, to the Romanian economy. This is what we are going to start doing from tomorrow, because if we replace the dependency on Russian gas with a dependency on imported renewable energy components, we haven't achieved anything, and the results will be seen in 10 years' time. But until then, let's create value in the economy, let's create jobs, and let's create intellectual property.
Thank you, Mihai.
There is a lot to be done. Indeed, I totally agree with Mihai, except the fact that we will continue. We will not restart or start. We will just continue. Of course, more proactive, more determined to implement, not only to talk, but also to implement and to have the things done. I'm sure that Mihai has the same understanding of the discussion. This is a very good example of developing the value chain. Thank you very much, Valburga, for offering to share and to have the synergy in between this kind of opportunity of reskilling. I think it's a good project and deserves to be shared, spread, improved, enlarged, and why not to have it at the level of EU like it was the intention. So this is one example we can talk about, and I'm sure you have your topics in between you, in between us, let's say, and I'm very open to hear not only the feedback on this first day conference, but also any idea, any proposal to try to see together how we can develop and implement. Of course, we have the practical plans for tomorrow. We would like to, as it was discussed at the Brussels, always coming to national legislation and transposal and so on. We would like to help this development of the value chain. And one way is, for example, in order to decrease the permitting time, not only from Europe, but to have it practical here. We already discussed with the government to try to install a one-stop shop, and decrease have some kind of Gantt diagram to decrease as much as possible not only the connection, but the general permitting, authorization, and so on, and to try to have it, within few months, which will be great, I'd say, as a practical step. And then we have, some others, decrease the connection to the network period, also the costs, share some EU funds for that and have them quicker in order to welcome even more renewables. So try directly and indirectly to do something and to move the things forward, not only today, but also tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. You are marvelous. I would like to really hear your feedback. I don't know if we still have some time after we sum up to take a few questions from the audience, but it would be great to tell us, for example, that you are totally wrong, or you didn't think to that or to this, and so on. But I want to thank you very much for the opportunity of having this panel today with you, that you were so patient to hear us, to listen up to the end, let's say. Personally, I am really impressed on the topics, on the speeches, on the positions, on the future, and we need to rethink altogether the near future and the medium and long term based on the information we are getting every day. And I can, from the Wind Association point of view, I can really swear that this is happening and will happen always. Thank you very much, and let's see some questions. If
Yes, thank you, Adi. I think it's a great idea. So if we have some questions. Yes, we have a gentleman.
Hello, Philip Sypko from Green Genius Company. Question to all of you. First of all, thank you for great panel discussion. So the question, kind of a survey question, what do you think, how many gigawatts of solar and wind will be deployed in Romania till 2030?
I'm going to try to answer your question because I've done some math. And, you know, I let the math and the modeling answer you and tell you that with the 38% that the European Commission is recommending as a renewables target for Romania in 2030, and taking into account the mandatory additional renewable capacities for producing hydrogen to reach the Fit for 55 targets in industry and transport, Romania needs roughly 14.5 gigawatts of solar and wind on top of what it has today. Roughly 4 gigawatts will be just for replacing hydrogen or producing hydrogen to meet the Fit for 55 targets. I know it sounds ambitious, don't get scared. It's just what the math is telling us.
Don't be afraid, Mikhail. Let's be ambitious. If someone else wants to add something or to be more ambitious,
I'll pick up the glove from where Mihai was putting it, and I'm sure wind will catch up and even be more ambitious. But it's not a matter of ambitious. We need to be realistic and practical. So 2030 looks like far, but it's around the corner. If we think to how many megawatts are only on the way to be connected today, if we look to Transelectrica, to the TSO website, we notice that there are 5.2 gigawatts of wind and solar. Mihai, I leave you for you to talk about solar, but I'm talking about wind. So 5.2 gigawatts of wind and another 1.8 gigawatts in the early stage like ATR. So if we add all of these, it makes something like 7 gigawatts on top of the 3 we have today. So roughly very close to 10 gigawatts. Maybe not all of them, they have the chance to be commissioned by 2030, but I would guess in between 8 and 9 will be there. Thank you.
And just to add to that perspective, you had a very detailed question on Romania, but to add the European perspective, and I leave the numbers to the experts, we will see a new renewables target tomorrow, 45% renewables. That's what we've been calling for a very long time as Solar Power Europe, up from the 32% we have today. So that's a huge leap forward. And that has to be translated into wind and solar projects, and also in Romania. So, so you can do the math. You know, everyone is looking at it from his own perspective. But 45% renewables by 2030, that's huge.
I personally think Romania will have 8 gigawatts of wind by 2030, and I hope it's more.
Thank you, Giles. Please.
Hello, my name is Esther Kiss, representing Recom Technologies, PV manufacturer. There was a lot of talk today about attracting investors, about manufacturing, but also building solar parks. My question is, what about the grid? What does Transelectrica, what does the other operators, what does the legislator say about the grid? Because, for example, us or others may have the capacity to start building tomorrow, but where, how do we inject? Okay, hybridizing, amazing idea. We will study it. But grid, the main problem. What can you tell us about this aspect?
Thank you for the questions. Adi?
You never know everything about the wind, so that's why I'm very curious and look over the Transelectrica and other distributors' figures and plans to develop and so on. So that's why I was referring to the 5.2 plus 1.8, because I'm really following that. What I can say is that Transelectrica and distributors, they have started to publish on their website, updated every 2 weeks, the capacity of the network to welcome more production, especially renewables, of course, in our case. So if we check their website, we will see that they have, available capacity per each network nodes. So we can see, or an investor, a developer can really go in that particular point, check whether it's enough solar or radiation or the wind speed and so on, and go for it. On top of it, we know that Transelectrica already received 23 million euros to improve the evacuation power from Dobroja, which is really fed up with the wind, solar, nuclear, whatever. Yeah. So, and this will end up or be translated in a quicker connection of the new capacities in that particular region. And this, as we found out, this will continue. So Transelectrica will get additional EU funds to connect everyone quicker and better and cheaper, if you want. This is on one hand. On the other hand is that distributors, they have the same challenges, of course, at a lower scale maybe, but their network is not only in a better shape, but also more ready to welcome distributed generation, which is our case, like smaller solar parks, even some wind parks and so on. But up to 50 megawatts, you can connect easily into distribution. So for the smaller new capacities, this is great. Andrei ringing the bell whenever the time is.
Thank you, Adim.
So what I want to sum up is we are in a close connection discussion, not only with Transelectrica, but also distributors and authorities, Andre and Ministry of Energy, to try to find the solution and to get connected. All wanted to install new renewables quicker, better, cheaper. Thank you.
Thank you, Adim.
One more question.
Please, Martin.
I know the question is mainly about Romania, but I just wanted to again reiterate the good governance argument in transmission management. In Bulgaria, there are 19,000 megawatts of projects submitted, renewable energy projects submitted for connection to the grid. Guess how many were connected last year? Roughly 100 megawatts. So it's, there is a huge bottleneck in connecting to the grid, and this is actually the main obstacle on European level for powering the energy transition. This is not only a Southeastern European problem, but there is, in Southeast Europe, there is also the conundrum, at least in Bulgaria as well, is that basically the transmission system operators and the DSOs don't have a way to recuperate their investments in a transparent way, because they depend on regulated transmission and access fees, at least in Bulgaria. So they cannot really plan for their investments in the future because they don't really know how much of these investments will be accounted in the final decision for the transmission and access fees. And so they assign very, very high investment costs, basically transferring them to the investors for the expansion and modernization of the grid. So for the investors who have submitted their projects, the economic viability of their project basically disappears once they see the figures that the transmission system operator gives them. So there is a need to liberalize transmission fees and access fees in the region and find another way to compensate energy poor people rather than through the electricity tariff. So this is again a matter of governance, political stability, populism, etc. So the elephant in the room is really about good governance again. Thanks.
Thank you, Martin. We have time for one last question.
Hello, Florian Egel from Big Rim. First of all, thank you for all the valuable thoughts from the panelists, and it is great to see how much drive is in the renewable sector in Romania. Following up on the question of the grid, what are your thoughts with respect to storage technologies? What kind of development do you expect, and will you push for example, in permitting on pump storage, power plants, batteries, and so forth, because I believe this is a vital component of it. Is that part of what you're pushing for on the legislator?
Somebody needs to tell Transelectrica, and I'd happily go and tell them myself, that they've got to think what they can do to optimize their existing grid capacities. They shouldn't say, we have a finite capacity with our existing networks, we can only integrate additional renewables if we build new grids. No! Transelectrica and every other TSO in Europe are running their grids below optimum capacity because they are not investing in the technology that is now readily available that enables TSOs to optimize their grid capacity. I mean, modular power flow control, dynamic line rating, that enables you to monitor the temperature on transmission lines and get more electrons in when the temperature is lower than it could and should be. They're not incentivized to invest in this kind of thing by the regulators. That's another issue. But please, when any of you are talking to Transelectrica, say to them, optimize your existing grids.
Thank you, Giles. Thank you to all the panelists. I want to close this in a very optimistic way, saying once again what Walburga said earlier about the new target which will be released officially tomorrow related to 45% renewable energy to 2030. So we have a lot of work to be done, but until then, I invite you after the conference to have a glass of wine together. Thank you very much.
When the winds of change blow, some build shelters, while others build sails. Sails of limitless capacity and boundless extent, set for the longest of voyages, sailing against the current to accomplish incredible feats by reaching for the stars. A voyage into the depths of the earth, taking on its untamed powers, knowing all too well that the only way to control them is to set them free. When the sun shines at the dawn of a new tomorrow, some shy away from the light, while others look the future in the eye and seek energy at its very source, within people. People that soar to greater heights, reinventing innovation. When people strive to achieve, some conceive the unattainable, while others truly attain the unconceivable and usher us into the world of tomorrow, as old as it is new. This is our power, the power of a world that exudes and sustains energy. A world where nothing is created. Nothing is lost. Everything is renewed.
Please kindly leave the headsets at the venue before leaving. It is very important that we have them all. Thank you.